The requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and will be available for viewing over the Lunenburg Public Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of open meeting law, all meetings are being conducted remotely. To participate remotely on Zoom, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 880-955-4068. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raised hand feature to request to speak. Depending upon your version of Zoom, you can raise your hand either by clicking on the raise hand button at the bottom of the participant list or in the reactions panel. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble, let's admit everybody in the waiting room. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that need to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware if you are using video, other people will be able to see you, and that anything that is being broadcast will be recorded. The agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. And so we're gonna first check the waiting room and admit Carl Luck and Mary Ann DePinto. And we'll first do a roll call, make sure everyone is present and can hear. I'm Bob Pease, I'm the chair. Ken Jones?
I'm here.
Rich Birch? Not yet. Katie Childs?
Present.
Carl Luck?
Present.
Jack Rabbit?
Present.
Jeff Viviano? Jeff has to unmute himself.
Sorry about that. I'm here.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Mike LaRouche, our associate member.
I'm here, present.
All right, Matt Marlowe.
Here.
And Rich was just with us in our last session. I am assuming will join us soon. If no one objects, I'd like to take Mr. Shank out of order on the agenda. Matt, why don't you tell us about Mr. Shank here? And Mr. Shank, why don't you unmute yourself?
Okay, I'm unmuted.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so 313 Leominster Road. There was an order issued because of a cut through a power line utility easement done by Unitil without coming to conservation first. That particular power line easement is a private easement, so that does require approval. And it was actually done prior to Michael buying the property. It was done by the previous owner, who was actually, I don't know, I think he was a house flipper, somebody who was rehabbing the house. That's why he's here. That's the Reader's Digest version.
And so, Mr. Shank, what's your what do you have to say on this matter?
I wasn't aware that this was not that wasn't done, or that was done without approval. prior to purchasing the property, and I'm here to do whatever needs to be done in this matter.
Okay. And so Matt, is there any action we need to take on this tonight?
Well, I mean, there were things that were down there, like, for example, there were planks crossing the stream. Mike, I believe, was going to remove those. I don't know if that's been done.
Yes, it
If there
has.
was any other debris that was down there that needed to be removed around the stream crossing. Assuming that's been done as well.
Yeah, since we purchased the property, we have been cleaning up the property all around, and there has been debris all around the water and the pond. So we have been cleaning it up since we purchased the property. And yes, I did remove those planks. Those planks were put down for us to cross by foot, and my daughter was just crossing back and forth. I wasn't aware that I needed permission to put a plank down to walk across the brook.
Okay, so as far as this goes, Mr. Shank is coming before us at the June 2nd meeting with a request for determination. He had plans drawn up by a surveyor, Paul, forgetting his last name, forgive me, out of Orange, Montero. And he is coming in to address that matter under the determination, and then for the reconstruction of a garage that was existing on the property that's within the riverfront. So at this point, I don't know if you guys want to leave the enforcement action open because there is something filed until you guys issue the approval, or you want to remove it off the agenda for enforcement and simply go to the determination hearing at the next meeting. I mean, that's up to you guys how you want to approach it.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Ken.
I guess, my thought on this is, it sounds like it's sort of two separate issues. The utility maintenance was done prior to this gentleman, purchasing the property. And if everything is squared away with that, then, I think I'm satisfied with closing this enforcement out and hearing his RDA when he comes before us. Matt, is it something that we need to issue an enforcement order to Unitil? Is there any remediation that needs to be done, or is it basically all set?
No, I mean, the only thing you can really do is just let the stuff grow back in.
Okay.
There's
nothing really that needs to happen, that needs to be done.
No, I mean, we usually allow for maintenance of easements. They basically have done what they normally would do and what we normally have allowed. The positive from this is that I was actually able to establish a direct connection to the person out of the old Whalum office that is directly responsible for scheduling these things. So he and I have made connections. So he's going to check in with me on different stuff in the future. So that's the positive that came out of that one.
Okay.
Good. Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question is, Mr. Shank's done a really nice job cleaning up, and he hosted us well. And I have, he's the kind of person we want out there doing those things. And what's the easiest thing we can do for Mr. Shank? What is the absolute easiest?
Well, we could drop the enforcement action and just listen to his RDA next week.
I think that's a perfect answer.
Why, is that a motion, Jack?
It is, Mr. Chairman. Thank
We
you.
have a second?
I would second that.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones?
Aye.
Rich Birch? Still not with us. Katie Childs?
She's muted.
She's muted.
She just waved.
Katie, I asked you to unmute.
Aye.
Thank you, Katie. Carl Luck?
He's muted too.
Asked to unmute. Carl Luck?
Aye.
Jack
Aye.
Rabbit?
Aye.
Jeff Viviano?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and I for myself. All right, we took that out of order. On back to the agenda.
So we'll see in a
So
few,
we'll see you
a
next
few
week,
weeks.
next meeting, Mr. Shank.
Yep,
Thank you very
June
much.
2nd. I'll send you a Zoom link, Mike, and a letter lifting the enforcement order.
Great. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you guys next week.
So first thing on the agenda, whoops, let's admit all the people in the waiting room. First is public comment. Any members of the commission have any public comment? Jack, I'm gonna lower your hand.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Sorry.
That's all right. That's enough wait time. Any members of the public have any public comment, please raise your hand.
I see.
Andrea Adams.
And Carl has his hand up too.
Oh, okay, wait for Andrea. I'm gonna come back to you in a minute. First, we're gonna go to Mr. Luck. Go ahead, Carl.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, the reason I didn't comment before is because it's Phyllis actually has a comment, so she could go after Andrea if you like.
Okay, fine. Andrea, you're on.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? I was
Yep.
having a little trouble with Zoom, and my apologies for the hair.
It looks great.
Oh, baby. It's just a question. I'm sorry. I know this is maybe an agenda item, 101 Pleasant Street. Are they real or are they asking for an extension? Because I was at the planning board and they were denied the road length to the maximum extent. So at that meeting, they said they would ask for
And
a continuance.
we have to open the hearing and extend it, but they have asked for an extension.
Okay, no matter. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you. Phyllis.
Phyllis Luck, 50 Sunset Lane, Bloomberg. Tonight, I wanted to remind the LCC that during my 6 years on the BOS, the first question the BOS asked during the appointment process was always, does the board or commission have a recommendation? The select board does this because they value the hard work of the commissioners and value their opinion. Right now, you have an associate commissioner applying. This is a great process for bringing new members on board. It should be encouraged. The associate gets to see if this board is a good fit and vice versa. Mike LaRouche has been an outstanding associate, attending all meetings, including all Saturday morning site walks, and when asked to offer an opinion, has always been ready with a thoughtful response. The LCC will be fortunate to have him. I can personally attest that the current member who's reapplying works diligently on behalf of the LCC, even when he's on vacation, and he works diligently for the town and is also worthy of your recommendation. The select board makes the final decision, of course, but they deserve to have the benefit of the LCC's recommendation, which hopefully you'll vote on this evening. It's great that there are so many applicants, so many opportunities for new associate members to learn the ropes. I thank you all for the many volunteer hours you all give to the town we all love. That's it.
Any other comments from members of the public? Any other comments from members of the public?
Oh, someone's echoing.
Looks like Jack has his hand up.
Jack,
Mr. Chairman, what on the agenda for tonight? A review, a recommendation, or?
you have a public comment, Jack?
Yeah, yes, I was just wondering, is that going to be on the agenda tonight?
We're gonna come to that soon, Jack.
I missed that one. Okay. Thank you. I'll take my hand down, Bob. Thank you.
All right. We have no appointments. The first appointment, we had an appointment with a talent bank applicant. The talent bank applicant has since withdrawn from consideration. And so, we won't be doing that tonight. I was told by the select board that the deadline for sending in comments and recommendations was last Friday. And so that deadline has come and gone. I'd like to move on to our public hearings. Carla.
Yeah, Bob, that's unfortunate. We've been communicating about this since before last Friday, so I'm surprised that wasn't discussed further. I don't think the select board could possibly object if we still came up with a recommendation. They can technically not accept it, but I think they would still like to hear it if we have one. If we don't have one, I'd kind of like to know from yourself, Mr. Chairman, why you would be against us having one.
I think it has the opportunity to be divisive.
Mr. Chairman, I think every subject we have has the opportunity to be divisive if we're a divisive group, but I think we owe it to everyone to make give every member the opportunity to make recommendations if that's what they choose. If I were chair, I would poll the commission and see if they are interested in making a recommendation or not.
And are you proposing to participate in this endorsement, Mr. Luck?
Well, I believe I'm still a member.
Okay.
I think I could skip the anything about myself, but I certainly would have the right to have an input made on the recommendations. If it's my participation that's holding you back, which would be pretty ridiculous, I would be happy to recuse myself from the whole discussion.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, it's been historic where basically the team gets together and makes a recommendation, even though it might be a little late. I'm sure if you'd start up during public comment at the selectmen's meeting, it would be accepted. I know that it's been sometimes the selectmen chose to ignore the recommendations. In fact, about 6-7 years ago, led to a mass resignation because the selectmen decided there was another candidate and they chose not to support the candidate of the Conservation Commission. So I think this is really important, Bob, that they hear, we're doing the work. We know the most about this work, right? We live it, we die it. And, certainly they're going to make comments in terms of what they perceive the public might be thinking, but they definitely need to hear what we as a team thinking, and we're hopefully we're together on that. And if not, well, then that opens the door. But to say nothing, that's leaving, this team's fate to another group of people who really aren't familiar with what we do. They're kind of familiar, but they don't live and die it. They aren't out on the site walks with us. They aren't staying up till 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. They aren't doing the Saturday walks. We know the most about that. So we should have them. I would think our input should be critical to their decision process. I would think.
Thank you, Jack.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just embellish on Jack's comment, tying back to 6 or 7 years ago when the commission was turned over. I think the most relevant part of that whole discussion was at that time, a big factor of why the commission did not reappoint the select board did not reappoint the commissioner was because there was no recommendation, and they didn't know what that meant. So it really screwed things up not having a recommendation. So I think a recommendation would be appropriate.
Thank you, Carl. Anybody else care to comment from the commission?
Bob, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Anyone else besides Jack and Carl? Then I propose to open our first public hearing.
Are you refusing to recognize me, Bob?
Oh, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead again.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
I didn't realize that you still had that.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I should jump up. I'm a little defensive on this particular piece. When did they send the notification to us?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, when were we notified that we had to have our recommendation in, or we never asked for the recommendation? Did they not ask us?
They said I got a notification after the last meeting.
Okay,
We met, we had our last meeting. After the last meeting, I got a notification that all recommendations had to be in by last Friday.
and what did we do? I mean, we just,
So we did not have a special meeting
yeah,
to discuss it or anything. You know, we had no meeting between when I received the deadline and when it was and the deadline. So the deadline came and went. I sent a letter in saying that you know, we were fortunate to have 5 applicants for the 2 positions. And that these were the 5 applicants. And you know, I thought that a discussion could be divisive, and I wouldn't be making a recommendation absent, you know, the opportunity, you know, for us to meet and talk about it. So
we can still do it, and you can still get up and, you know, and do that, Bob. Yeah, I mean, share with the committee how they felt. Couldn't we?
we certainly could, Jack.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions before we go on? Then I'm going to open our first public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Kevin Hill for work at 41 Country Road will be held. Work proposed is the construction of a single-family home, driveway, and septic grading within the buffer zone. It's my understanding that the applicant has requested that this hearing be continued. I'm looking for a motion to continue until our next meeting, which is date certain June 1st.
So moved.
It's June 2nd, by the way.
It's June 2nd?
June 2nd.
Thank you, June 2nd. So moved, Jeffrey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Deborah Anderson for work at 25 Crescent Terrace will be held. Work proposed is placement of fence and removal of 14 trees within the buffer zone. Is someone here representing the applicant? Deborah Anderson, I see her here. I'm going to ask her to unmute.
I can't unmute myself.
You just
There we
did.
are.
All right.
Okay. Well, I got this little thing that said I couldn't, you could.
Well, actually, so one moment, let me try and call up your we did a site visit there on Saturday.
Yes, you did.
All right. So this is 25 Crescent Street.
Crescent Terrace, not Crescent Street.
Crescent Terrace. Thank you for the correction.
And the fence is at 21 Crescent Terrace.
Okay, so let's share the screen. And so tell us about what you want to do here.
That which is in yellow is the property line, and that is what I would like to fence. It's unusual, rather irregular, and I think it would be, and that's what I wanted to do. There are 2 trees down on the right in that last section that need to come out in order to put in the fencing. Those are the only trees that actually need to be attended to in order to do the fence. I have also requested a bunch of the birch trees. I have a lot of them that have grown up. There are 14 of them. 4 of them are right near the roadway by the property line, and those especially need to come down because they bend over so far and they drop a lot of stuff. Several of the others are dead or dying, and they are all. I submitted a plan that showed pretty much where they were, but they are. I don't know how to show you. In this,
Matt, do we have that in the NOI here, so in the application somewhere?
Yeah, everything she
Yeah.
gave me, everything she
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
me was submitted in that package.
there you go. You just went by one of them. If you go back up a little bit, other than the photos, up one more, there. Okay. That's turned around from where it was, but the B to C to D to E to F is the property line that I would like to fence. The trees that need to come down are in the E to F range. There are this clump of trees between B and C that are dropping quite a lot of stuff. And then the rest of them are in that other green area.
And I would just say to you, Mrs. Anderson, that during the site visit, it's my personal observation that 2 of the birches were dead or dying, and the rest of them looked pretty healthy, and I'm not quite sure why they would need to come down. But that's just my personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the commission.
Okay. Is that a question or an observation?
Yeah, well, it's an observation, I guess.
Okay.
Any comments or questions from commissioners? Jack?
Mr. Chairman, I would support your position with regard to the birch tree. I agree there were a couple of them dead and dying. The rest of them look pretty healthy and happy. I think that whatever we can do to keep trees in that area is a good thing. And so I totally agree with you that a couple, sure.
Okay. I can deal with that. That's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. You know, mine was just,
Thank you, Jack. Any other comments?
No, start lower the hand.
That's all right. Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't able to do the site visit, so I don't, from what you've shown so far and what I see on the site, I can't tell where the 30-foot, 50-foot, I don't see any of the normal required designations on the plans that we've seen yet for applications. And I also can't tell where all these trees are. I see some clumps, but I appreciate your comment and would support it based on your own site regarding the number of trees. But I do think we need to have the minimum requirements on these drawings, because the 30 and 50 and 100 foot.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just have a question about the fence.
Go ahead.
In some of the pictures, there's an existing fence that runs along the side of the existing garage. I assume that's on the neighbor's property. Is that fence going to be replaced, or is there another fence getting put up next to it? And then what's the situation with the fence?
I'm not sure about the fence, but let me just explain it. It used to be the property line ran straight.
Okay.
And the garage was built over the property line. And so a property exchange happened, I believe it was back in 2007. And the property line was redrawn, as you see it here. And, And so, the applicant would like to put up a chain link fence,
Oh, okay.
just to delineate, because it's not intuitive. When you look, you would not think the property line is where it is. And so, the applicant would like to put up a chain, a short chain link fence along the property line to make it abundantly clear, where one property ends and the next property begins.
Okay. All right. No, that makes sense. So there'll be another fence that runs parallel to the existing stockade fence.
I don't know, Mrs. Anderson, what's going to happen with the existing wooden fence there? Is that staying?
It's not mine. It belongs to the neighbor. It's on her property.
Okay.
I have no idea.
It's not part of the application.
Not
Okay,
part
no,
of the application.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That answers my question.
Yep. Any other questions or comments? I do agree with Carl that normally we would have the 30 and the 50 on here.
Bob, there are pictures that are enclosed that do show the areas.
But
If you look at the first plan, it's 40 feet or 41.4 feet, that first property line. And I think the edge of the garage is pretty close to 50 feet, if you want a reference.
yeah,
And that clump of birch is actually adjacent to the garage on that, down by your pointer there, yeah.
yeah, the birches were all over here.
And there were
the
two
dead
trees.
ones, the dead and dying one were over here.
Yep.
I would also note that on the site visit, a couple of trees I saw down the back on the lakeside, where you're pointing, were actually Norway maples.
Yeah, there's a Norway maple right here that has to come down for the fence to go up, and then there's another small tree right here that has to come down for the fence to go up.
And I mean, there are plenty of trees in the tree canopy left where the canopy wouldn't really be affected. And I'd really like to see those Norways out of there because they're invasive, and I'd hate to see them start spreading around. And right now, they're not doing it due to lack of competition, but you just never know. Or should I say they have too much competition? But if they get a lacking of competition, that could be bad.
Matthew, you have a suggestion how we could condition a negative determination here? Is this the NOI or an RDA? This is an RDA, isn't it?
It's an RDA.
How we could condition a negative determination here? Because like the trees aren't marked on the plan. I hate to continue it. It's such a small project on the one hand, but on the other hand, like the location of the trees isn't shown. The 30 and the 50 isn't shown. Do you have a suggestion, Matt, or you think we should continue?
Well, I mean, I could go out and actually geolocate the trees that we are allowing to come down. And we pretty much pointed out exactly which ones we would allow to come down. I could geolocate them and superimpose them on the ortho photo. That would directly locate each tree that would be removed. And then what I would probably do on site is tie them off.
Yep.
So that there's no misunderstanding as to what tree was what.
Mhm.
So essentially, it would be almost the same effect as them being accounted for in a plan. I believe we actually did this once with the tree removal proposed by the Lake Shirley campground. I went out and I located them by GPS and superimposed the actual data points as to where the locations were on the ortho photo. I could do that. That actually wouldn't take me very long to do it all.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
I guess I wouldn't have a problem with that, Mr. Chairman. The dead and dying birches, and then the trees that have to come down for the fence. And if Matt were to go out and locate them, I think I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, let's take our comments or questions from the members of the public. Andrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My only question is to remove the trees, do you need heavy equipment?
No, these are not big trees.
Okay, so you've essentially solved the problem, because if I was a commission member, that would be my only concern. If they're located and tagged and gonna be taken down either by hand or by a bucket truck that isn't gonna interfere with the resource area, you've solved your problem.
These are not that big a tree.
Right, so if everything's being done by hand to install the fence, to take down the trees, then yeah, I agree. I wouldn't,
So
continue
I'm
it
looking
that.
for a motion for a negative determination, with the condition that the 4 trees be, geolocated and, the removal will be done by hand.
There's
moved.
going to be more than 4 trees though, right?
Why is there be more than 4?
Well, there were 4 dead and dying birches, and then there were several that had to come down for the fence, right?
I only saw 2 dead and dying birches.
Okay, I wasn't there. I thought somebody had said that.
No,
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I would make a motion that that we issue a negative determination, and that the agent go out and geolocate the 4 trees that need to be removed.
do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Further discussion. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Who seconded? I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did, Carl.
Okay.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. You're all set. Any questions? Any questions, Deb?
You are going to come out and locate the trees. Is there anything else I need to do?
At this point, no. I'll come down, locate the trees, and we can talk about when you're going to start your work.
Okey doke.
Okay. On to our next hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaws, 7 public hearings on individual notice of intent for work at 150 Holman Street, lots 1 through 7 by PSG Realty will be held. Work proposes the construction of a 7-lot A&R subdivision with 100 feet of a wetland resource area. I'm assuming that Brian, you're here for that.
Yes.
Brian, is it okay with you if we do this under one public hearing and we keep the public hearing open until all 7 individual NOIs have been voted on?
Sounds agreeable. Yep.
Okay. Oh, and I'm gonna unmute Mary Ann DePinto because she did the wetland delineation there.
Yes, she is here.
Yeah, but I'm gonna ask her to unmute. All right, here we go. Mary Ann's unmuted. And so, Brian, I'm gonna, let me go look at the security settings. I'm gonna allow the participants to share screens. Brian, I'm gonna ask you to share your screen.
Okay.
Brian, I would ask you to start at the beginning to talk about the stream that goes through the middle of the property, as that's kind of critical to the entire application. And, explain, about the screen stats and all that other good stuff.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Brian Marchetti here on behalf of PSG Realty, Steve Powell. The property here we're looking at, it's 150 Holman Street. It's a little over 18 acres. It's in the Residence A zoning district. So as you said, we're looking to subdivide the property into 7 A&R lots. We started looking at this back in 2019. Marion DePinto, who was our wetland consultant, she went out and flagged it mid-2019. It took us basically 6 months or more to figure out exactly what we wanted to do on the parcel. In the fall of 2019, Marion did go out
to review the status of the stream. I'll let her speak more about that, but she did record the required amount of pictures in consecutive days where there's no flow. Double check StreamTat's website to make sure the size of the drainage area and the tributary area to that stream was small enough where within the provisions of the Wetland Protection Act, it allows you to classify it as an intermittent stream. So Mary Ann, if you want to give a little more detail about that.
Yes, I just want to get your, I have two screens going and I don't, there we go. Yes, back in September of 2019, in beginning even earlier, it went during a non-drought period. I visited the stream and September 11th, 12th, 13th, and 16th of September. I photographed the stream bed downstream at the culvert crossing under Holman, so that everything above that point would be considered intermittent. There was no flow in the stream. It was a non-drought period. It was not declared to be a drought by the state, which would have been required for it to be determined to be a drought. So I took those photographs. I also backed it up with stream stats. The watershed to that culvert is less than a quarter of a square mile. It's 0.15 square miles. So with all of that information, it was determined to be an intermittent stream.
Mary Ann, can you please explain to the people at home
Yes.
what the minimum watershed is for something to be considered a perennial stream?
Yeah, it's between a half a square mile and a square mile, depending upon the type of soils involved. But the very minimum chance would be a half of a square mile.
And this is 0.15 square miles.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes,
so
and
much.
it would have to be 0.5. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So after we received this information, we had a full survey done of the property. Mary Ann delineated the entire property. There were several wetland series that were identified. Once the survey was complete, we reviewed it to see if it was feasible to put in a standard subdivision. And it really just, with the amount of wetlands crossings we'd have to do for roadways, it didn't make a lot of sense. So what we did was we carved it into 7 lots. Again, it's 18.2, 18.3 acres. In the Residence A, it allows a minimum of 40,000 square foot lot. We have, I believe, 1 or 2 lots that are around that 40,000 square foot, 1 acre mark, up to lots around 160,000 square feet, which is 3.5 acres plus or minus. So, you know, they're not small lots. We were able to carve this 18-acre parcel up into 7 lots. Minimizing the impacts. We have no wetland crossings. We do meet the requirements of Lunenburg's wetland bylaws. There's no impacts within 30 foot, no structures within 50 foot. There are only a couple of locations where there's any impact within the 50 foot, and it's specific to grading only. And you can see most of these lots where we've located them is the houses in the upland area is in open fields. So we've minimized as much as possible the amount of tree clearing that would be required. As I said, some of the lots we do have to clear trees for it, but again, the impact is outside of the areas that are prohibited by Wetland Protection Act and your local bylaw. One vernal pool was identified. It's a certified vernal pool on Holman Street. It's south of Lot 1. Again, same thing. We're staying outside of the 30 foot and 50 foot to that. We only have grading impacts within the 100 foot. So because this is a subdivision of land, we had to consider the Massachusetts stormwater regulations. Stormwater standards do apply. However, they apply to the max percent practical for housing development projects comprised of detached family dwellings, single family dwellings on 5 to 9 lots. In addition to designing these to the max percent practical, we also had to design these lots to meet Lunenburg's updated stormwater management bylaw. We're required to use low impact development BMPs. We're required to meet a 90% TSS removal rate, which exceeds the Massachusetts standard. We're required to meet a 60% total phosphorus removal, which also exceeds the Mass DEP standard. And we have to treat the 1-inch water quality volume for the impervious area, which is double what the Massachusetts DEP stormwater standards requires. So these 7 individual home or single-family lots have been designed to consider stormwater impacts. We put in these BMPs to mitigate the impacts from the impervious added here, in addition to meeting the Lunenburg's local bylaws. So this is individually cookie cutter for the 7 lots. All the same BMPs and practices that we're employing on lot 1 are good for lot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We waited until now to submit these plans because we did all of our septic testing. So we did 28 test pits across all 7 of these lots. We located the septic system designs in the ideal locations for this lot layout. We wanted to get approvals on the septic systems before we submitted to you guys in conservation. So you were aware that Board of Health has reviewed these. They have approved septic systems. So what you see here on the plan is what we're trying to permit and build. This isn't something we're trying to permit and then we're going to come in and change the layout after the fact. So if we could, we can go lot by lot and I can explain to you what the development plan is, how we meet the stormwater standards and how we meet the local Lunenburg.
So Brian, could you start, there is a, like a drainage plan or something like that that shows all 7 lots. Can you start by showing the commission an overview, of the entire property, that shows the layout of the 7 lots? I think it was in either the stormwater or drainage.
Yeah, there's one in the stormwater. Let me open that one up. I can share it with you.
And just for everyone at home, there is no DEP number on these yet?
It was issued today.
It was?
They were issued today. I did my best to get in touch with DEP and they sent the emails out end of the day today and I was on them, Matt Merrill was on them. So they should all be in hand.
Because I looked around 4 o'clock and there was nothing there.
They're not posted on the website, but they were all issued.
Oh.
Yeah, I see them, Bob. They were all issued.
And are there comments, Matthew?
Looking right now, looks like they were issued around 5 o'clock.
Yep. There were no comments on the emails.
I don't see any comments.
Have you been through, if the commission were so inclined, would you be looking for approvals tonight? Or did you want to wait until, you still have to go through planning on this? Do you want to wait to see what planning has to say before we finalize anything?
If the commission wants to give the approvals, I'd rather get all the approvals conditional on planning board. Because our next step here, we're meeting Monday night with planning, or next week with planning. I wanted to get, we need all the approvals. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're all contingent on each other, but we need your approval. We need planning board next. We need, once we get that, we're going to, we need to go for the 2 common driveways we're proposing. So planning board will have to give us approval for that as well. And I believe that's the final step is to file the A&R plan with them, which we have in hand ready, but we don't want to do that until we knew kind of all our ducks were in a row.
All right, well, let's start with let's start with the overview and then do, one lot at a time.
Okay.
Before we do that, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Brian?
Yes.
Before I left this afternoon, Andrea noted to me that she didn't have approvals for the 2 lots off Northfield Road. She didn't have a record of them. So can you check with her on that? Because she may have just, I don't know, maybe mixed up. Maybe it's under a different address.
What do you mean by that? Andrea didn't have approval?
In other words, you have filings with the Board of Health for septic systems.
Yeah.
She didn't have a record. She showed me her record. The 2 lots on Northfield Road apparently were missing from her record.
Lot
From
6
what
and
she's
7.
telling me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll follow up with Jim Graffi tomorrow.
So yeah, if you could, that would be great. I mean, the orders of conditions would be contingent upon the approval of the Board of Health anyway by statute. So,
Yep. Yep.
you know,
Understood.
it's not like it would stop the commission from acting on it. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay. Thank you. I'll note that. All right. If you want me to share my screen.
Please.
All right. I need to be enabled by you guys.
You are. I got it. Allow participants. Oh, never mind. You weren't. Now you are. You should be.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem. So if you see here, this is the existing site. As you're coming up in a northbound direction on Holman, here's Northfield. So the first 4 lots are located right here. This is the area of the open field, comes all the way back. This wetland series here is the Vernal Pool. We have another pocket wetland here, and then we have these wetland series here that are connected to the site. And this is the location of the intermittent stream and the culvert that crosses Holman Street.
I did review the wetland delineation. They look fine.
So referencing that, and you can see here why when we considered a subdivision coming off of Holman and looping through Northfield, the wetland crossing wasn't a big deal, but to put a roadway through the middle of all the upland area and then to try to fit houses on either side ended up being a lot more impact in using up all the usable upland area for a roadway and right of way as opposed to the house lots. And it really didn't give us much of a development that made sense. The cost just severely outweighed the construction costs, outweighed the benefit of lots. So as you see here, this is the proposed plan overall. Off of Holman, we've got lot 1. So we have our house situated here with the septic system in the front yard. I'll zoom in so we can get a little better picture. So here's your house. Here's the septic system. This is the wetland line. We've got the 30-foot no touch is the first line, 50-foot no structure is the second line, and this is the 100-foot buffer zone line here. So majority of the house is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. A portion of the house and driveway is within the 100. So we have lot 1, as I discussed, as a common driveway. The driveway here up to the point where it becomes lot 4, or lot 2, I mean, this roadway drains back through a couple of BMPs. There's a P-zone diaphragm along the shoulder of the road. There's a water quality swale, which flows into a rain garden prior to it discharging off into the adjacent wetland series. So overall, you can see where lot 1 discharges really in the southerly direction. Lot 2 here discharges a little bit to this pocket wetland, and then the other north side of the driveway goes to its own rain garden and swale and P-zone diaphragm where the water's treated. And then the sheet flows through basically a vegetated filter strip, which is the grassed area through the field before it gets to the wetland. Lot 3 here is a smaller lot off of Holman. Because of the wetlands behind it, trying to minimize the amount of impact. The majority of that lot is within the existing field. We kept the house up tight to the street. Small driveway, minimal impervious area. Septic system in the backyard in the upland area, outside of the buffer zones. Lot 4, same condition. We're getting closer to the stream, which is up here. We have the resource area, the 30-foot no touch, 50-foot no structure, and this is the 100-foot buffer zone. So we do have the same situation where we have our driveway going through a pea stone diaphragm into a rain garden for treatment prior to discharging, which we have a minimal grading impact here within the 50-foot no structure, but it's purely off grading. There is no impervious cover within that area. If you look up a little bit further to the north, this is lot 5. Again, it's a 40,000 square foot lot, so it's a smaller lot. The house is situated closer to Holman, so there's a small driveway. We have, again, a pea stone diaphragm along the side of the driveway, which discharges to a rain garden prior to discharging to the adjacent wetland area. Again, here you see the wetland line. You see the 30-foot no touch, the 50-foot no structure. All of our impact here is outside of the 50-foot no structure. And then this is the 100-foot buffer zone line. So a portion of our driveway, the corner of the house, and then a portion of the stormwater EMPs here is within the 100-foot buffer zone. That's lot 5. If you look over here now, we have another common driveway proposed. These two lots are situated in upland area between these two wetland series. We propose a common driveway again here. Lot 6 has the house situated in this location. We have the septic system out front. The driveway here discharges to a pea stone diaphragm and a rain garden along the front of the house. After there, it discharges over land like it did in existing conditions down to this wetland series. And then the final lot, 7 here, is located partially within the upland area and then within the 100-foot buffer. We have same situation where we have the driveway is collected by a pea stone diaphragm and a water quality swale, where it's routed to a rain garden before it discharges to this adjacent wetland. All these rain gardens have been designed by our landscape architect. If you look at each individual sheet, the design of the rain garden, the quantity of trees, shrubs is all specified. Every one of these houses, in lot 1 through 7, is also proposed to have a dry well for the rooftop runoff. So we are, as allowed by the DEP stormwater management standards, we are treating all of our impervious area to the maximum extent practicable. So that's an overall view of the proposed development. Again, it's 18 acres, 18.2 or 3 acres, and we are getting 7 lots out of the 18 acres.
Any questions about the overview? Well, let's go on to lot 1 then.
Great. Let me. All right, here we go. So this is lot 1. As I described before, you can see that the driveway coming off of Holman Street, the property line splits the driveway because it's common drive. We have proposed house here located halfway in the 100, well, outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. The septic system's 100% outside the 100-foot buffer zone. It's in upland area. We've got a portion of the house and garage within the 100, between the 150. The driveway and the front half of the roof will sheet flow toward the front of the north side of the house. The roadway is graded so that all the runoff is collected in this pea stone diaphragm, which is about 1.5 feet deep, 3 foot wide stone, basically sediment forebay, which we show a detail here in the detail sheet. It's a sediment forebay that's wrapped in filter fabric. The top 6 inches of stone is wrapped in filter fabric so that when the top 6 inches is choked with, road sand, whatever debris, leafy debris, that top 6 inches can be removed and replaced. So just like a sediment forebay, it's maintainable. So anyway, that's the first line of defense for the stormwater. Then we'll go into the swale where it's routed to our rain garden. And you can see here per lot, rain garden lot 1 incorporates 1 shrub, 8 perennials, 2 trees, coordinate with the construction details on sheet 2. So this has been designed with this rain garden detail on sheet 2. And we have a planting schedule here that's detailed per lot on the trees that can be selected. Right now, we're having some difficulties locating specific trees and shrubs on several projects just for availability at nurseries. So we gave a variety here that could be picked that would meet the requirements of a rain garden design. So I guess in a nutshell, that is the design of lot 1. Again, to meet the stormwater bylaws of Lunenburg, which exceed the DEP standards right now, we're providing these BMPs that exceed the 80% TSS removal rate, and they provide the greater than 60% phosphorus removal that's required by town of Lunenburg. So that's why we've done this.
Brian?
Yep.
Based on what happened over on Elm Street,
Mhm.
do you think the planning board will allow you to keep the driveway where it is rather than straddling the property line all the way back?
Yeah,
And-
so, yep,
and-
so what
and
happened on
what-
Elm Street was the bylaw states for the common driveway, the first 100 feet has to straddle the property line.
Oh, okay.
So we did the same thing on Elm Street. Here we have the first, it's way more than 100 feet. And then because of the septic system design, in order to off-grade because of high groundwater and fit the reserve system, we had to jog the driveway. So
But the first 100 feet does straddle?
yes, yep. So this meets the requirements.
Thank you. I didn't understand that. Any other comments or questions from commissioners on lot 1? Any comments or questions from members of the public on lot 1? Andrea Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate you on a very good design for a challenging property. What's your total development footprint if the entire parcel is 18 acres?
So the total development parcel impact of the parcel, I actually have it right here in the drainage analysis. Those first 2 plans I showed you. Let's see here. It's 5.4 acres.
Wow, very nice job. My only comment would be on the maintenance of the drainage structure, the one that you said had the removable top 6 inches.
Yes.
Are you going to do that? Is the homeowner going to do that? Is a homeowners association going to do that?
So it's the requirement of the homeowners. In the drainage analysis, there's an operation and maintenance plan that's tied to the order of conditions.
Right.
It's per
Yep.
lot. So the commission can condition that, where I've had it done before,
Right.
they've conditioned
Yep.
that the homeowner has to provide the operation maintenance plan, which is, it's a checklist sheet with dates and
Yep.
signatures.
Yep.
So they have to maintain it on a yearly basis and provide a copy back.
Do they need special equipment or can you just remove it by hand?
No, it can all be done handwork.
Okay. And the only other comment I would have is I commend you also on having the variation in the rain gardens. One of the places where I worked did pioneer work with Horsley Witten and the University of New Hampshire on rain gardens and alternative drainage structures. And it's not the case now, but at the time that they were being developed, they turned into monocultures, and most of them either didn't function or reverted to a wetland, which has its own problems. So obviously, the more species variation you can have, the better. And it also makes it look nice when it is not serving its function of draining water. So,
Yes, and-
thank you
and
very
if-
much.
I'd like to add that personally, rain gardens, like a stormwater detention basin or infiltration basin, this is an A&R subdivision. This is not a subdivision that's public, that has a big stormwater infrastructure. This is going to be on the homeowner. So I don't want to say it's unfair in essence, but I don't want to put something that's highly maintenance intrusive on a homeowner.
Right.
Unless we have to. And rain gardens, they do function, and like you said, they only function if they're maintained. The longevity is entirely dependent on their maintenance. So we've added several tiers of treatment before the water gets to the rain gardens, so they actually function. And like I said, I have a landscape architect that works for me. He tends to, I don't want to say over-design, but he designs these so that they're going to look good. So if this is in your front yard, you don't want it to look like a industrial stormwater basin.
Brian?
It wants to look like a landscape island.
Hey, Brian?
Yes, sir.
We got 18 public hearings
All
tonight.
right. Yep, let's go. So,
Can I make a comment on all of them real quick? On all of the lots, Brian?
yes,
Bob? Real quick, it's important to note too that all of the stormwater is being sent off to the wetlands where it normally would have gone. So you're not drying up one wetland by diverting water to a different point. So by having all of these smaller drainage areas and structures, that it will feed off into the wetlands after it's been pre-treated. So
yes.
Thank you, Marianne.
you're welcome.
Any other comments or questions about lot one? You say you've got health, right? For lot one?
What's that?
You have health approval for lot one?
Yes, we do. Yep.
But you need approval for the combined driveway from planning.
Yeah, and the stormwater permit from
And the
planning.
stormwater permit. And you would be willing or interested in having conditional approval tonight?
Yes.
Does anyone wish to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve lot one as designed, dated 4/28/21.
Conditional upon approval by planning and approval of the stormwater permit, right, Brian?
Yes.
Do you accept that amendment, Jeff?
I accept that amendment. Thanks, Bob.
All right, do we have a second? Ken is muted. I'm gonna ask him to unmute. Go ahead, Ken.
Thanks,
And then
Bob.
Jack has his hand up too.
I'll second that for the purposes of discussion.
All right, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we've seen other examples where we've approved 6 or 7 homes in the past. And we kind of approved them piecemeal as we went, and 3 or 4. And then we discovered that maybe there were boundary markings and things. I don't understand where we still need to hear from the other boards that why would we take a position already? It's just that we haven't seen the whole thing yet, and we're taking this piecemeal. I just think it's a little premature, but I don't have a major objection. I just think it's not the wisest move.
And I'm anxious to hear other commissioners' comments. Carl Luck.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I shared Jack's concerns, although I have very high confidence based on our experience coming before this commission with Mr. Marchetti and his firm. These plans are much too complex, I think, for us to really review, and these other boards have to look at. So I don't know if there's going to be a peer review anywhere, but I would certainly want to wait for some independent professional to sort of bless these to bless these plans before I was comfortable moving forward, and also hear from the other boards.
Yeah, I actually would be more comfortable, if planning had blessed these rather, because if they come back and they want changes, I hate to go that route. So, and I'm actually kind of surprised that the applicant's representative, is looking for conditional approval tonight. But
If I could,
go
I
ahead,
guess
Brian.
either way we go, the approval is only good if all the boards are on board and give us their approval. So my opinion, if I get your approval, that's one board out of the way. It's one check off the list, and I can move on. And the planning board is reviewing it specifically for stormwater, only stormwater. So if the planning board has any issues with it, it's relative only to the BMPs and how they're designed and their size. So you're not going to see a change in the layout of the roadway. You're not going to see a change in the location of the houses. Septic systems aren't changing. It's specific to only the stormwater design.
Didn't I hear you say something about they have to approve the common drives?
Yeah, but it's the location of the common drives. They're not, all it has to do is it has to meet the common drive provision that says it's perpendicular as possible and splits the property line within the first 100 feet. So it's,
Ken, you seconded this for the purposes of discussion. What's your discussion? Oh, I think Ken muted himself.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
That's all right.
No, I knew there was going to be some discussion. I just wanted to make sure that, there was a motion on the table, so I thought I'd second it so we could discuss it. Personally, I don't think, it's whether we approve it now or planning approves it first. I mean, at some point, somebody's got to approve it before another board does. So I don't have a problem approving it tonight. My guess is that there's not going to be a peer review engineer on this because it's A&R lots. But I don't know that for a fact.
Stormwater does get reviewed by Graves Engineering. So Jeff Walsh is on the meeting next week with us.
Okay.
So if it's a headache and nobody's comfortable with it, it is what it is. I'm not going to argue and fight against you guys if you want to continue it.
Katie, what are your feelings about this? Approving tonight or waiting till a subsequent meeting?
I personally would like to wait and hear until we hear from the other boards, just like you said, just in case there's any minor changes or anything, just so they're documented eventually. And I'd like to wait.
So Brian, we had a motion and a seconded. Further discussion on approving lot 1 tonight. Hearing no further discussion, roll call vote. Ken Jones?
I'd be comfortable with yes, so yes for me.
Katie Childs?
No.
Carl Luck?
No.
Jack Rabbit?
No, I'd like to wait.
That's a no. Jeff Viviano?
Aye.
And I for me, so that's a tie vote, 3-3, so it doesn't pass. So Brian, we're gonna go through them all tonight.
Yep.
Continue the hearing till the next meeting. Hopefully, you get something out of some indication out of planning next time, and we can do it at our next meeting on June 2nd. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go on to lot 2.
All right. So I'll just give the Reader's Digest version here, so it's quick. Lot 2 is this back lot, so it's the common drive extension from lot 1. Initially, we had proposed it with a house in the rear in the bigger area of the upland area. We actually have a buyer who's interested in lot 1 and 2 for for himself and I believe his daughter. And they requested that I move the house up in front of the septic system to get it closer, to reduce the length of driveway. It eliminates about 3,500 square foot of driveway. So I revised the plan and I submitted it to Matt earlier in the week, just showing a revision to lot 2. So again, it's the same driveway. We're reducing, the house used to be back here. It eliminated almost 3,500 square feet of driveway impervious area. So our BMP shrunk, but we still have the same P-stone diaphragm shoulder going to a swale, coming to the rain garden and discharging to the adjacent wetland. Again, the same thing, we have a proposed dry well and the septic system is exactly as it was. Nothing changed with the design, except now we're pumping it to it instead of having gravity flow. So that is a change that will propose and modify the plan and send to Jim Gareffi.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the commission on lot 2?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Jack.
In the past, we've gone through the ability to demarcate the 30-foot line to keep folks from putting their yard up to the end of the wetland. Would we want to do something like that with this one?
So I do show a limited clearing line that stays here up out of the 50.
Yeah.
And as well on this side, we encroach the 50 just for the BMP, but we're way up out of the 50 for
Well, that's something we could certainly consider, Jack, when it comes time, to make the motion.
I would move we establish demarcation lines for all of these properties, even though we're only talking about this site number 2. If we do it now, we'll save ourselves a little problem later on, as we did with Reservoir. We only did half of Reservoir Road, and we had to come back. So I would just make it something that we'd want to do for all of them. So that's my motion, is establish demarcation lines, whether they're rocks, boulders, or whatever, but put it in the deed.
Carl?
I would second that.
Discussion? No discussion, roll call vote.
The only discussion is would be to elaborate that, I think, I'm sure all of these lots, and the overview, all of these lots were very carefully done and weaved in very carefully into the environment here in such a way that there's no waivers required, which I think is miraculous given the lot. But there is so much wetland surrounding every one of these lots. I think demarcations on the 30-foot buffers would be appropriate because it is so surrounded.
Yep, we'd certainly be open to that condition.
Thank you. Any other comments? Roll call vote. Ken Jones?
Yes.
Katie Childs?
Aye.
Carl Luck?
Aye.
Jack Rabbit?
Aye.
Jeff Viviano?
Aye.
And I for myself. So, some kind of, so when you come back, on the 2nd, if you could indicate, talk to your contractors or clients or whatever, how would they like to demarcate,
Okay.
the 30-foot no disturbance?
I'd certainly prefer wherever it's within forested areas, just using the tags.
Yep. But just come back with a plan.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, we'll do.
Anything else on lot 2? Jack, are you done with your hand? Or,
Sorry.
that's quite all right. Let's move on to lot 3. Any comments or questions from the public on lot 2? Seeing none, let's move on to lot 3.
So lot 3 here, same condition. The house is much closer to the roadway to Holman. We've got the same drainage infrastructure, P-zone diaphragm to rain garden. There's a swale here, the way the lots are graded, so that any discharge from the rain garden does not go to Holman. Discharges back and flows to the wetland through the field. So that's the extent of that.
Oh, is all the work outside the 100-foot?
It is, there's grading that's required back through here, but all the limited clearing, there's a slight limited clearing, I believe, that's within this hay bale line that goes within the 100. So there's very minimal.
It's almost entirely out of the 100-foot.
It is, and there's some drainage though that does flow from our lot. So,
any comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from the members of the public? Well, let's move on to the next lot, Brian.
okay. Oh, just again, the well is proposed within the 100-foot for this lot.
Yeah.
So lot 4, here you see, which is just south of the culvert crossing on Holman. Same situation, we have the septic system in the front yard. We have, you can see here, just for your point of reference, this existing tree line here. So this is still within the open field on Holman. The entire house, driveway, everything is outside of the tree line within the field area. So we have the same situation. We have a septic system in the front yard, driveway, P-zone diaphragm to the rain garden, discharges off. We have some minor off-grading within the 50-foot no structure, but there is no impact within the 30-foot no touch.
Comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Commissioner?
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, is just a kind of a suggestion is to maybe get the erosion control on the backside of the wellhead.
Okay.
But that's a dry well, right?
No, that's the drinking well. That well it's entirely within the open field. So there's no clearing of trees required for that. It's just the drill rig kind of driving out. So I didn't move the erosion control line back there, but I certainly could.
Good suggestion, Jeff. Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, when you went to Board of Health, did you designate reserve areas?
Yes. So what you see in those mounds is adequate area for the reserve and
Okay. That whole mountain area,
primary.
support both of them. Good man.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public on this slot? Whoops, I got people I got to admit. My dinger is off. The doorbell's off. Brian, let's move on to the next lot.
Looks like you might have somebody in the public with their hand up.
Oh, Andrea.
Quick question. Did you say that they're drinking water wells?
Yes.
And I'm assuming the Board of Health will pass on those or not?
Yep. These have all been approved.
Okay.
As the-
And they're upstream of the septic systems, I hope.
some
In other words,
upstream.
they are not receiving flow. They are not in the flow path of the outfall of the septic system.
They are outside of the 100-foot radius. There's no requirement that says they have to be upstream or downstream in elevation of the septics.
Well, all I can say is on the Cape, you drink what you pee. So
The Cape is a
we're
very
very,
different
Well,
soil
we're not
profile.
I
on the
know the
Cape.
soils are probably incredibly different.
Andrea, that's not within the purview of the Wetlands
My
Commission.
apologies. So I'll leave that to the Board of Health.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Lot 5, we have the same situation. The house septic system are located up in elevation from the street. So septic system is in the backyard. We have the same situation. We've located the house as close to the home as possible. Driveway is collected by the P-zone diaphragm and the rain garden prior to discharging to the resource area. And all impact here is outside of the 50 foot, with the exception of, I did put the erosion control around the well, but I pulled the tree line a little bit within the 50, which could be snugged up.
Any comments or questions from commissioners on lot 5? Any comments or questions from members of the public on lot 5? Brian, let's move on to lot 6.
So lot 6, we have off of Northfield. You can see here, it's the second common driveway we're proposing. We have the lot line splitting the common drive. As was the issue, as we said before, back on Elm Street. We have a P-stone diaphragm intercepting the runoff from the proposed driveway, being swaled down to a larger rain garden. And the stormwater runoff will discharge and flow back to the wetland in lot 6. Same thing with the driveway back here. The driveway is discharging to the south, so we have a P-zone diaphragm on the southern side of this driveway before the driveway sheet flows back to the wetland.
Is that? I'm sorry. Brian, can you make that a little bigger?
Yep.
Thank you. That's a 50 foot no touch.
So we get the resource area, 30 foot, 50 foot no touch. The driveway is outside of the 50 foot no structure for the full length.
And there's about 6 or 8 small circles, and to the right of that, there's this little box. What is that?
Where is that? Up here?
Yeah, down lower, the other side. Are those trees with a box or something?
These are all trees here.
No, go down a little bit to your right. There you go, right in there.
Yes, that's for lot 7. That's the rain garden for lot 7.
Oh, okay. And
That's the next one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Any
Mr.
comments or
Chairman?
questions on lot 7? I'm sorry, on lot 6.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jeff here.
Absolutely.
Same thing with the well, just that erosion control around the
Yep.
north side.
I just made a note on all these. I'll move it behind all of them.
Okay.
Good catch, Jeff.
Good one, Jeff.
Any other comments or questions on lot 6? Any comments or questions on lot 6 from members of the public? Let's take a look at lot 7, Brian.
Here.
So lot 7 is the continuation of the common drive. We've graded this so that, again, septic's outside of the 100 foot. Runoff from the driveway is collected via the P-zone diaphragm and a swale that collects it and discharges down to the rain garden for lot 7. The runoff from the rain garden for discharging here back to this adjacent resource area. So we have the grading is up to the 30-foot no touch, but we're staying out of it completely. And it's only grading impacts within the 50. And we have it located where it is because this is the low point in the driveway, at the bottom of the driveway. We could have put it up here well out, but then we wouldn't collect most of the driveway to treat it.
Comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I just
Go ahead, Jack.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm noticing that the septic areas are different sizes, and I'm just assuming it's because there's different size homes. Is that what that is, Brian?
This is the primary system.
Yeah.
This drawing here just shows where the reserve would be.
Okay.
So we have, you know, they're graded out. They're on they're all graded out for the primary.
Yeah.
The reserves have been graded out and provided to the Board of Health on their septic system plan. So they're shown here just for reference.
Bedroom, 5-bedroom, they look big. I mean, the systems themselves.
No.
No, it's okay.
No. Different lots for different reasons, distance to groundwater, et cetera.
Okay.
We have some Presby's design, some conventional design, so there's not all the same septic system.
Other comments or questions from commissioners? Carl Luck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a general one. We're at the end now, I believe. Again, I believe the design is very good, and right, it's all about stormwater, you know, based on the design here. My concerns are all based on the handling of stormwater. And again, I'm confident that the planning board will find the stormwater design acceptable. But as Mr. Machete said, the design is only good on day one. Maintenance is everything. So I think we need to think about when we do eventually, I presume, approve this, how we are going to be part of the reporting system and how we're going to internally have a process that monitors the proper maintenance on these systems, because there's a lot of systems here. Without the proper maintenance, they won't function, which means our wetlands will be negatively impacted. So I just throw that out that so we can think about how to manage that, how and not order conditions will secure these reports, and how we internally, not the applicant's problem, but how we internally will track these reports so that we'll know that the maintenance is being done and kept up to speed. Thank you.
Excuse me, Bob. Excellent comment. Matt, do you have any suggestions there?
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, actually,
And I
Bob,
know when. It should be up in an hour. So.
Andrea, please don't talk over.
yeah, Bob, what I wanted to note was that there are reporting conditions in our boilerplate. So what I'll do is I'll highlight those stormwater reporting conditions and any potential perpetual maintenance clauses and send them out to the commission to examine them. Well, actually, I'll just put it on the file folder in the cloud so you guys can take a look at it.
Okay. That sound good to you, Brian?
Yep. And I think planning board has reporting requirements as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just going to suggest
Mr.
that.
Chairman? Mr. Chairman, yeah, my biggest concern is not with our boilerplate and putting the requirements in. My biggest concern is us having a process that, tracks these things and that, routinely, checks what reports were due and so forth. Again, it's an internal issue that, we can talk about and work with Matt on. Perhaps he has a system already. I'm not aware of one that actually triggers us to think about this and to make sure that we get the reports.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Brian, Presby's alternate systems, do they require a 3-year report on their performance?
Presby's no longer require inspections.
Oh, they took it off then. Okay.
Yep.
And one less thing to worry about. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public?
Mary Ann DePinto again.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Yeah, it'd be great if the commission worked with the stormwater permit from the planning board and whatever they are requiring for conditions and reporting, that those reports get sent simultaneously to the two boards and get tracked. It might be something you could work out with the planning board.
Excellent. Mhm.
And I can discuss that with them next week.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
then I think I'm looking for a motion to continue this hearing on these 7 different NOIs until June 2nd.
So moved.
Do
Second.
we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and seconded. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you,
All right.
Brian. Thank
Thank you
you
very
for doing
much.
the screen sharing.
No, sure. It's a lot easier.
A lot easier for me, too.
Yeah.
Good work, Brian. Good work.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Night. Back to the agenda. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination for work on beach raking at 90 Rue Street by Brian Dalmaso. Is there anyone here
Hi there.
representing Brian Dalmaso?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Valerie Martin.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So tell us about your application, Valerie.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Absolutely.
the commission will recall that this was the result of a violation notice sent out where there was raking of, sand that eroded into the water back up onto the beach. And the commission simply asked to bring it into compliance that they filed this request for determination so that we have it memorialized on the record.
And so do we have a plan that we should call up and look at, or are we just going to memorialize it for the record? What guidance do you have for me here, Matthew?
My take on it was you guys wanted it memorialized for the record, that you didn't think it was much of a big deal. But that it should be memorialized.
All right.
Raking it up back onto the beach, a good thing? Will we have to take that?
Yeah, basically it was considered an erosion control type of technique more than anything else.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't any dredging involved. We talked to Mr. Dalmaso and it was mostly like just mechanical raking.
Oh, we did it with a machine.
I think it was something similar that Mark Birch uses over at
Yeah.
the town beach.
And we've given approval for that, so.
Yeah.
Oh, can you describe, what happened on the beach, Ms. Martin?
Sure. So basically there's a runoff when we get heavy rains, the water runs off of the roof line and it comes right down the driveway and goes right down to the beach into the lake area. So it just keeps eroding the sand. So we have this huge gaping canyon that happens on the beach.
All right. Are there any questions from commissioners about this?
Mr. Chairman, if I may again,
Go ahead.
I think the applicant may wish to consider for the future filing with us to maybe come up with some type of solution to control the erosion that's happening in there so you don't have to keep constantly going into the water and pulling stuff out. That perhaps we could work on something together that could, something in a more formalized filing, another determination, something with more of a design or a drawing or something, with techniques outlined that you could work out with the commission so that, we can work to try to prevent that gully from happening.
But Is there something we could do tonight, where we take and, we, approve some kind of, plan where, they're allowed to, rake the sand back up that erodes out of this area?
Well, I mean, Valerie, are you open to the idea of maybe working on something for the future?
Absolutely, Matt. Honestly, we've rerouted the gutters and everything else trying to get it. It's just the pitch of the roof. There's, I could be wrong on this. Correct me if I am. There's copper going down the valley of the roof. So it's the pitch of the roof, the way that it is. It's honestly, I've been friends with the Bouchers that owned this house previously, and it's been an ongoing issue. So, I mean, if you guys have something as an idea, that would be great.
So
like I said, it only happens when it's very heavy rain.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be to take the original design plans on the house, maybe continue the meeting and work with the applicant to see if we can come up with some type of permanent solution that would be easy for them to implement.
And so,
I mean, the whole idea is to memorialize something. So if we're going to memorialize something, let's do something productive that would wind up doing some protection for that portion of the lake and basically keep their property whole, in the form of a filing. And I think the design plan that's already been done on this property would help to accomplish that.
And so, Matt, would you work with the applicant on that?
Absolutely. I have no problem doing that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Jeff.
just another question for Valerie. Does this mainly happen when the lake is drawn down? The sand being exposed?
Hi, Jeff. It actually, well, we have, there's quite a bit of beach frontage right there.
Yeah.
So there's a lower driveway that comes down where we can put the boat in and out. And there's, so the water just runs right down that driveway, right into the beach.
Okay. So, but it mainly happens in the winter when the lake's drawn down, I assume, is that?
No, it happens in the spring and whenever we get like a heavy rain. I mean, obviously we don't notice it in the winter time. So mostly like spring or summer, maybe late fall.
Okay.
So I mean, it doesn't happen often. It only, if we get a lot of heavy rain, that's when it happens.
I gotcha. Okay.
He's daisy chained a couple of rain barrels. And
Very true.
put some sort of a distribution system off the side that breaks it out. Or throw some soaker tube in there and just let it all, disperse it, capture it and disperse it.
I think an infiltration trench too would probably, it'd have to be a pretty good size one, but yeah, something to dump it into before it hits the ground. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the town's got them on sale right now, by the way.
Right. So,
and then we have to move that barrel, correct?
No, it actually it has another nozzle at the bottom of it, and it moves it over, so you can keep it up.
So Valerie, how about if we continue this hearing, and Matt will work with you and see if we can't come up with some kind of long-term solution that we can approve at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
But first of all, let's hear what Mr. Luck has to say.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you're busy there, seeing all these hands. I'm very happy, encouraged at Matt's suggestion to look into this, and I think that is the right next step. And I think it's also a good example of why we need to maintain this process of having visibility to raking anything back out of the lake, because it gives us the opportunity to identify what the fundamental cause of the issue is, as opposed to just blanket approvals of keep raking it back out. This is a problem. I've seen it for years. It is solvable, but it really is an erosion problem. I think the only other thing that I want to make sure it comes out of this from a communication and learning point of view is just to highlight, because I know there are new owners here on the lake of waterfront property, that adding sand is, is not allowed without filing another process. So if we can solve the erosion problem, then I think this whole problem will go away and you won't need to be raking your sand back out or adding sand. So thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Any other comments or suggestions or questions? Then I'm looking for a motion to continue till June 2nd.
So moved.
Second,
Do we have a second?
second,
Motion and seconded. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Kay Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. So hopefully we'll see you on the 2nd, Valerie, and Matt, and we'll have helped you come up with some kind of a solution.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right,
Yeah, I'll be in touch with you on Monday.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, continue public hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland and Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by the Town of Lunenburg, Thomas Wu, and Scott Benjamin will be held. Work proposes restoration of a parking area to a naturalized state on town property at Fire Road 12. Matt, I don't see anyone here for the applicant.
Well, I did notify Mr. Wu. The applicant is actually Lou Benjamin in the town. There is a plan on file showing the area that was altered.
And
Do you have it on the? Can you put it up or?
yeah, let me find it. This is Fire Road 12. All right, let's share that screen. Can everyone see that now?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. And so, this is the area that was paved. This is the area that we ordered be removed and naturalized. This is the result of an enforcement order.
Okay, so Bob, if I could jump in.
Go ahead.
Okay, so because this actually is a town liability issue, the town basically told us, based on letters from Adam Costa, that Wu and Benjamin, and Wu had came to see me personally and had filled out the original form, and Heather signed off on it. So they bear responsibility for removing the pavement and restabilizing. So my recommendation would be to issue an order requiring that area be removed and renaturalized, and that a prohibition for storing any type of materials be placed on that section. So what's happening is they were using, like, for example, Mr. Benjamin is using it to park his boat trailers. Mr. Wu does it for, overflow parking. Matter of fact, when Mr. Dwyer was on the commission, he and I visited the site, and Mr. Wu, ironically, had actually asked us to come out for Todd to move his truck because he was expecting company. So we need to put that on there. And my recommendation would be that this order be issued with a letter from town council outlining the prior action and the prior letter from town council and outlining what needs to be done. And I could help Adam Costa outline that letter as far as its contents. And I think that would do the trick here. We get the order issued. We get town council back on the two parties to ensure that the work is followed through from a legal standpoint, and the town's liability is resolved at that point.
So do you think though, at this point, should we take any action on this, NOI tonight? Should we approve the NOI?
Hold on one second. I just got to see something. Give me one sec. You just bear with me for 1 minute.
Take your time.
By the way, you guys did a real nice job in handling those 7 lots and the issues associated with it. Very, very concise. Yeah, I don't see a DEP number on it yet. So let me talk to Judy Schmidt and find out what's up with the DEP number.
Continue this until June 2nd.
So we'll continue it until June 2nd, and then I should have a DEP number. In the meantime, I could talk to Heather and to Adam and to see how we want to approach this.
Yeah,
And if you guys
by
have any
Adam,
other...
By
any
Adam,
other-
you're talking Adam Costa or
Costa.
Adam?
No, Adam Costa.
Adam Costa. Sounds like a plan. Looking for a motion to continue this NOI until June 2nd. Wait a minute,
Chairman?
Ken has his hand up.
Yeah, before you do that, I just, my only comment, I agree with Matt wholeheartedly. I think to take that one step further, I think we should put boulders up along the edge of the roadway, so that area cannot be used for storage of vehicles or boat trailers or anything like that.
Good idea, Ken.
That's a great idea.
Second that.
You guys want boulders? I know when I was talking to Adam about it, and back when Commissioner Birch was chair, we had talked to actually Jack Roddickmans about maybe putting up Jersey barriers.
I mean, aesthetically, I think boulders are going to be, to me, I'd rather look at some boulders than Jersey barriers. But
Okay, then boulders it is. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
As long
That's
as
all.
as long as they're spaced close enough that they're, you're not gonna be able to sneak in between them and park a trailer or something. So I would say, every 5 feet or something.
What I'd probably do is put them like 3 feet off center from each boulder.
Yeah, something like that.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Sure. Just what about trees? Would that be maybe something a little more pleasing to the eye, or is that probably
Well,
not permanent enough?
I mean, we could do trees. Trees are more expensive, Jeff, and
Okay.
they might die.
Well, I mean, the issue with this is that you do have a narrow fire road, and those trees are regularly maintained by the power company on their easement. They're actually very careful to maintain those trees well, and not to over prune them. I just don't want to add to that workload, number one. And number two, most of the area around there is grassland to begin with. So I'd rather do a naturalized planting that blends in with the rest of the flora and fauna around there.
Hey, I'm still looking for a motion to continue.
I'd make a motion we continue to the next meeting, June
Till
2nd.
June 2nd. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and seconded. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you. All right, request pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. Now in Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability for work at 73 Peninsula Drive by Daniel Murphy will be held. Work proposes the removal of trees within the buffer zone. Is Mr. Murphy? Ah, I see Mr. Murphy. Dan, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
And let me call up your plan. We did a site visit there on Saturday.
Yes, sir.
And let me see if I can find the plan. It's got a little hand drawing.
Yes, sir.
1 second. This is 73 Peninsula. Let's rotate this page. Share that screen. So, Dan, tell us about what you want to do here.
Just looking to remove some trees. They're all pine trees. They're all very, very tall. They're dropping their needles everywhere, including into the lake. And my biggest fear is some of those come down on my house. Plus, eventually, I'd like to get, I don't know if you remember the house, it's a flat roof slanted, but I'd like to get solar panels in there eventually. But yeah, that's essentially what I'm looking for.
Comments or questions from commissioners? They're not all pines, there's one oak.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You said they were all pines, one of them's an oak.
Yeah, that oak is 101 feet away, but yeah, that's the only oak in the bunch.
Yep.
That one's right at the corner of the house. That's the one with the big broken branch that you saw.
Yep.
Yeah, the back of the house is essentially a limited buffer zone.
I'm
Jack.
sorry, Matt, what?
The back of the house is essentially the limit of the buffer zone.
Yes, sir.
Jack Rabbit.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that we're all out there. Jeff, you had some pictures as well, didn't you? And there was that double pine. I didn't have a problem removing that, but the rest I thought were a little aggressive, as well as we would come back and where there had been some earlier pruning, we were also going to be mandating that that area allowed to grow back. It looked like there was some,
Yeah, there was an area here
right
where there had been a bunch of little stuff cut down.
Yep.
And you could see that, and the owner said it was some of them were already dead, but you could see some of them were alive because they were coming back from the stumps.
Yep.
And during the site walks, the commissioners had discussed saying, that stuff be allowed to regrow.
Right. And I didn't have a problem with taking down the double pine. And I just thought the oak and things like that potentially could stay.
Well, the oak's not in our jurisdiction, actually, if it actually is 101 feet.
Right. So if he's requesting to do that, then all he needs is the association to approve this.
I do have the pictures if you wanted to look.
Actually, Jeff, I think right now you could share your screen if you wanted.
Okay.
Well, let me make sure of that. Find the controls here. Stop the share. Security. Yes, you can share your screen, Jeff.
Okay. I believe I have to accept that at some point. I don't see it popping up yet.
Just go down the bottom and hit share screen. Does it show, if you go down to the bottom, does it?
Yeah, I'm on an iPad, so I don't think it is.
Oh.
Jeff, it might be your view. If you go to gallery view, you should be able to pull, it might pull up for you. And that'll be a green box at the bottom.
I don't have a green box. Oh, wait, here we go. Green share. Nice.
Success.
Okay.
And while Jeff is looking for the pictures, let's see what Mr. Luck has to say.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah, I see Bob.
Yeah, we don't see it yet, Jeff.
No. Okay.
Kyle, what are your comments while Jeff's looking for the pictures?
Yeah, I had gone on an earlier site walk and took some pictures that were on the webs that Matt had put up at some point. I don't see them right now, but they also showed the cuttings along the beach with a sheet of paper showing, how that they were not all small. So
Surprised they're gone. I put them on the cloud and transferred them.
Yeah, I'm too. I
they were
thought I
there
saw them
earlier.
yesterday. I don't see them today. It might be me. But one of them had a picture of one of the cut flush stumps with a
Yeah.
sheet of 8 by 11
looking at it
paper
right
next to
now.
it to scale it. It's pretty significant. So I think those waiting for them to regrow is one thing, but I think at least that big one should be replaced with an actual tree.
Good
And I did not feel that all of the trees that were requested to be taken down needed to be taken down. They were really quite healthy. They say that the double one, perhaps, one or two or so, but beyond that, I would have a problem with approving the extensive cutting, and because there is no other canopy in that area. This is going to just expose everything, and the lake, and the way the sun goes, they do shade the lake, in addition to the many other, reasons we want trees near wetlands. So I'd like to see a significantly reduced number of trees removed. And I'd also, I don't know, the people who hadn't gone on the earlier one, who did go last Saturday, I'd like to hear what you think you saw regarding the condition of the trees and the health of the trees.
Oh, I didn't notice any real change from the first time we went out and visited to the second. What I did notice is that the small saplings had grown a little bit more off the cut trees.
Jeff, are you done showing pictures?
Can you see the screen?
I can.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Yes,
Oh.
we can.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful.
So you can see that large
Yep.
V-shaped double pine.
Yeah, right now, we're looking at a picture, I think, of the back of Jack.
No, actually, that was me.
Well, that was you. Okay.
Jack has more hair.
We don't. You're much
So
better.
that's the neighboring house there. So it's kind of looking southwest.
Where is this?
So this is a leaning birch that looks like it could probably go, in my opinion. And you can kind of see at the ground level there, that's where some trees were cut, which are now regrowing.
Yeah, about where Jack's feet are, or
Right.
between us and Jack.
Yeah, they're kind of right at the bottom of the screen there. You can just see
Yep.
some
Yeah,
stumps
right.
pop.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And then you can see the larger oaks up by the house there. And there's a walkway as well coming down. I think that's it.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to go back to the diagram. Let me see if I can get this stuff out of here. In my humble opinion, I would allow the applicant to take out all of these pines. They may well be very healthy, but they're all extremely tall. and they're white pines. And white pines have a tendency to snap off way up in the air and then fall down on things. And I wouldn't want them near my house, but that's just my personal point of view. Jack, how do you feel about it?
Well, if we did do something like that, I'd look for some replacement trees.
And the applicant said he'd be happy to do replacement trees
Yeah, I
during
mean,
the site visit anyway.
right. And so I did, and honestly, I know the birches were leaning over pretty hard, but they have a tendency to do that. And I think that they actually had gotten out over the water. But if we pull out those, the pines that are closest to the house.
Well, he's not asking to take down those birches.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I picked that up. So what do we got? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 pines near the house, Bob? Is that what you're looking at?
I see 10.
Or 6?
8.
I'm sorry, 6.
8.
You'd go with all 8, even the ones that are off to the right hand side?
These two, remember how tall they were?
Yeah.
Those ones would come down on my neighbor's house.
No, that's not a problem.
If you want to keep good neighbors, it is.
Yeah. No, actually, your insurance company wouldn't be happy about that.
Yeah, what type of trees do you need to replace them with? What would do you have a preference? I mean, I'm open to anything.
Yeah.
Before we get into that, let's hear, Jeff, what are your feeling about the trees on the diagram here?
No, I agree. I mean, we have some large pines here too at our house, and every windstorm, you're always wondering when they're going to snap, but ours are pretty healthy. I think those are very tall, and I think replacements would definitely suit well in this case. I think they're pretty close to reaching their limit anyway on age, and it'd probably be a good time to get rid of that.
Carl?
I'm the owner of pines that are at least that large, very close to my house, and I'm not afraid of them falling on the house. I think if we remove every tree that could potentially fall on a house, we're going to around these lakes, we're going to just wipe out all of the vegetation and all of the value that they provide the resource area. So I think it's counterproductive for us to do that. I think if trees are not healthy, or we have reason to believe that they may cause damage, then for sure. But other than that double pine, I would not support taking down those pines. I think they're healthy, and they could have.
Thank you, Carl.
More years of life. In terms of replacements, you asked about replacements for whatever does get taken down. After going to the last MAC conference virtually, even before that, but reinforced, I'm a firm believer that oaks are extremely valuable to wildlife habitat, as well as all of the other qualities that trees give us. And they seem very suited for life near lakes. I have quite a few and have nurtured some for the last 20 years that are thriving. They provide a lot of value, so I would strongly recommend that oak be a major candidate among any replantings, and that they be closer to the lake.
Anything else, Carl?
No, just that I don't know if you heard before you interrupted me there, that they be planted closer to the lake than these trees that are being removed, so we can get some additional value out of them. It'll take a long time for them to grow. That's all.
Thank you. Ken Jones.
I've seen a lot of big pine trees like that are on this property fall, and numerous times I've seen them fall through houses, especially around Hickory Hills Lake. I've been to at least 4 or 5 that a large, either the whole tree or the top of the pine tree has fallen on the house. So I definitely understand the applicant's concerns with these trees, and I guess I don't have a problem with the removal of most of them. I just didn't know if the 2 that were closest to the lake and furthest away from the house, if they could be saved to, to still provide some shade to the lake area, but be far enough away from the house that we wouldn't be so worried about them falling. Because I do think they provide a great deal of, shade and benefit to the lake. And I would be in favor of replacing, and I think oak would be, well suited for this property.
Thank you, Ken. Katie Childs.
I'd be okay with the taking down of the trees. Also, like Ken said, I am very familiar with big pines falling. I've had that happen at my house. Luckily, it didn't fall on my house, but definitely I'd be okay with that. And also, I'm in favor of plantings as well.
Thank you, Jack. You had an additional comment?
Just a little note of dated here. The average tree lives about 200 years, and it'll go up, essentially 80 to 110 feet. I don't have a problem, with removing the ones that are closest to the house, but I think, to Ken's point, I like them sitting down by the lake. That's fine, and put some oaks in there for the pines you pull out, and yeah, that'd be fine. But
Okay.
they do last a lot longer, and none of them look extraordinarily sick. It was only those V's that had me worried. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from members of the public?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Matt.
one of the things I do notice in the properties around that area, there seems to be a predominant population of white oak. So I would specify basically that white oak should be planted. They tend to grow at a faster rate. The only other oak that I note grows faster than that would be pin oak. And I think the white oak would be much more suited for this area. Just even when we were at Mr. Caternio's property today, I noticed quite the abundance of both white ash and white oak. So I agree with the other commissioners that oak would be a great addition in that area.
And so I don't think, Mr. Murphy, that you have any support for taking the two trees down that are closest to the lake. The one that's 30 foot from the lake and the one that's 32 foot from the lake. And I don't think there's a single commissioner that supports that. And we would need, in my opinion, Matt, we should continue this and so that you can develop a little plan to show, where the replacement trees would go.
Okay.
Do we have any input from commissioners about the number of replacement trees? I mean, I know we have the standards for that, like 2 for 1 and stuff, but there'll be no, depending upon where they're put. What are we thinking for the number of, first we'd have to establish how many trees we're going to allow them to take down in the resource area. I mean, I personally am advocating 8, but other people have advocated for 4, and some people advocated for 6, and I don't know how we're going to come to a consensus here.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Jack.
would we be the proposal, and would we leave the oak, pull down the 6 that are closest to the house, and leave the 2 for sure that are close to the lake, and the ones that are written up as very close together?
Jack, why would we leave the oak? It's closest to the house and it's out of the resource area.
Yeah.
So he can do whatever he wants with the oak,
Yeah,
because it's out of our jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I get that point.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Chairman, I understand it's out of the jurisdiction, but it could be considered a replacement for one of the other trees. It's a substantial tree with good coverage, and again, we have no control over it, but the applicant could choose to leave that one instead of replacing another one.
Thank you, Carl.
And my on the tree counts, as you say, there's no consensus yet, but I would be reluctantly in favor of taking only the double and the two that are right in front of the house, so 4 down.
I would be seriously opposed to leaving the 2 pines that say 86 feet as they tower over the house.
We'd be replacing it with something else. Mr. Moore, I'm sure, Mr. Murphy, have you had a chance to have any discussion with the Hickory Hills Lake Association on these trees?
No, sir. I really didn't know about any of this until I called a tree removal guy who gave me the heads up that I needed to talk to you folks.
Well, that's a good start. Thank you. And I believe part of living on the lake myself, and there's a pine tree I'm not so happy about, but they do have an ordinance, or actually it's written probably into your deed, that you would be communicating with them anything within 100 feet. I believe that's, unless your deed is different.
Any tree, it's written into your deed, sir, Dan, that anything over 4 inches, 2 feet above the ground, you need permission from Hickory Hills Lake before you take it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know any of this, so I will. Who do I have to talk to there now?
You contact the office of Hickory Hills Lake. You know, go to Hickory Hills Landowners Incorporated, their website, and you can send an email there, and there's actually a tree application online there, and you fill it out and send it in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get various emails from those guys occasionally, so I should just be able to use their email address.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I can. I'll chat with them.
I would definitely do that, but that's not within our purview. But
they might be able to give us guidance, Bob.
Well,
what they're thinking.
Yeah.
And the other thing, Mr. Murphy,
yes, sir.
If I recall, we had a discussion with regard to your walkway, and
yes, sir.
we're talking about eventually replacing it. If I can make a recommendation that if you want, you can put that, I believe, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, you can put the replacement of that walkway in. And as long as you're not moving it any major direction, but just doing, repair on it, replacement, you might slide that into this, and that way you won't have to come and visit us again.
And Jack, during the visit, I recall he said he was just going to remove it and put lawn.
Oh, is that what he was doing?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning on that, but.
So that'd be removal of impervious surface. That'd be one for his side.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then you wouldn't have to come. Well, you could put that in. You got to remove it and change the contour, and then it's done. You're done.
Yeah. That's in the future. I only have so much time and money so far, you know.
I understand. So,
you don't have to do it, even if we approve it.
Dan, I suggest we continue the hearing till June 2nd. That you submit a revised plan. I mean, you've listened to the back and forth among commissioners tonight. You submit a revised plan asking to take down fewer trees and showing where you would put replacement trees, and you work with our agent, Matt Morrow, on that plan and make sure you get it to him before the next meeting.
Can I push that meeting out another week? Past June 2nd, make it June 9th, I guess?
Oh, no, it would be actually 14 days after June 2nd, so that'd be June 16th.
That'd be fine with me. Give me
You
time
absolutely can do that.
Oh, great. That'd be great.
So I'm looking for a motion to continue this until June 16th.
So move.
Second.
right, motion made and seconded. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Matt, can I just email you it for a time to, or a call to chat about it and take another look if you need to or whatever?
Yeah, shoot me an email tomorrow. We'll get in touch.
Okay, great. Very good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Daniel.
Pursuant to mass, let's see, am I screen sharing? All right. Shut that down. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands and Protectionist Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Christopher and Suzanne DeGeorge will be held. Work proposes improvement of access to Lake Shirley and control of erosion within 100 feet of a wetland resource area at 48 Pearl Street. It's my understanding this hearing will be continued. And so,
Correct.
so I'm looking for a motion to continue until June 2nd.
I'd make that a motion that we continue the hearing till June 2nd.
We have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and seconded by Katie. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Cynthia Ritchie for work at 137 Flynn Road to build a natural stone wall along the waterfront to protect against future erosion of the edges of the land and beach. It's my understanding we're going to continue this hearing.
Correct.
I am looking for a motion to continue until June 2nd.
So moved.
You have a second to Katie's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, motion is seconded. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Empire Management Corporation for work at 757 Chase Road for the demolition and reconstruction of a commercial building with grading and parking. We're going to continue this also. Looking for a motion to continue until June 2nd.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Ken, seconded by Katie. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Joanne McGurn for work at 238 Fire Road 16 for the construction of a single-family home with a driveway crossing. And so we have Brian Butler. I'm going to ask you to unmute. And I bet we have Joanne McGurn. Yep, they're there. And so, Brian.
Oh. Good evening.
Good evening, Brian. I believe I got it set up so you can share your screen if you have something you want to share.
Oh, great. I have the exhibits here. Let's see. Which screen do you want to share? Oh, okay. Not getting the option to show my
Look at gallery view, go down the bottom, and there should be a green square at the bottom. It says share screen.
And
There you go.
Are you seeing a drawing or are you seeing my?
Yeah, I'm seeing a drawing.
Okay, good. Because I was looking at the same image that just showed my default desktop. So great, we're functional. Mr. Chairman, this is the amended set of plans here, as requested, as discussed and requested at the May 5th, I believe, public hearing. We've made some significant amendments toward the commission's in response to the commission's requests. And probably the most sheet 4 or 5, I think, is the most informative. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And as you can see from, I think this covers our whole area of interest. From the drawing here, the, well, am I doing the right plan? I'm sorry, wait a minute, let me, yes. We've retracted the
walls are gone.
Yeah, walls are gone. Something looks disfamiliar here to me for some reason, but after looking at this so many times, there are a couple of changes here. The walls are eliminated from the plan. The dwelling, most significant, I think, in terms of, certainly in terms of Butch and Joanne's sphere of interest, is that the house structure has been reduced, retracted by 12 feet. So they've taken 12 feet, I guess you could say, off the east side, but you know, it is a reduced footprint of the entire dwelling building, which gives us a much more comfortable fit within the 50-foot buffer zone. It allows for a little bit of a placement, or better placement, we believe. Also not shown here, but on the next sheet, we've retracted the, this is sheet, just for the record, this is sheet 3. As you can see, one of the queries of the commission was the pump chamber was formerly within the 50-foot no touch or no buffer, no structure zone. In this image, if you can see my cursor, I hope.
Yep.
Okay. The pump chamber has been replaced outside of the 50-foot, as well as the conventional septic tank. So that's another request of the commission that was accommodated in the course of these revisions. So we've shortened the house, or reduced the scale of the house. Here we go, and displaced the pump chamber. So it's even though it's a buried structure, it's outside of the 50-foot zone now. Also of note here, there is a passive stormwater trench here with broken stone, just to capture and infiltrate any runoff from between the house or garage and the 30-foot buffer there. We think that's a non-detrimental structure that has a considerable positive attributes in terms of just capturing, treating, and controlling the effluent from the hard surface there. We attempted on the lower left here, southwestern end of the retaining wall that accommodates this fill material for the driveway approach. We attempted to reduce this left or southwesternly wall. We were unable, just because of the steepness of the grades there. There was no way of doing that without grading to a greater extent into the 30. So that has remained more or less static from the last meeting. And I believe to the north, we formerly had a stockpile area up in here. That was a concern of one of the commissioners, or more of the commissioners. That's also been redacted from this plan, so there's no longer that work to the north of the dwelling for stockpiling materials.
Pull the hay line back to Brian.
And the erosion control, the limit of work has also been redacted. Yeah. So we think we've done everything that within reason that was asked by the commission to accommodate the bylaw and the individual commissioners' wishes. We think with all of these changes that we're in a position for you to hopefully now issue an order of conditions in favor of this project. Again, it's been a long journey. We appreciate your time, over the many months of this review. We don't take it particularly lightly, and we do appreciate it. But we think at this point we've made all the accommodations and concessions that the commission showed concern over.
Thank you, Brian. Comments or questions from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Hey, first of all, McGurns, thank you very much. No, I'm very serious. You complimented Carl on a pile of work he had done, and he worked very, very hard on it. And I do sincerely appreciate your appreciation for all the work that Carl had done. So first of all, thank you. I really do. I'm very sincere about that. Obviously, my driveway is still a problem. And what's the current dimension on that now?
That is 10 feet, and we know there was a recommendation from the chief to make it 12 as a preference, but it wasn't a explicit requirement or demand.
Okay.
And so we're certainly prepared to do a 12-foot driveway for the convenience of the owners initially, but there was quite a bit of consternation on the part of the commission members, so we squeezed it to 10.
Okay.
And we think that's still safe. It's especially it'll be a nice smooth paved surface. It won't be there's no real severe radius turns in there, but it will just be require a little more conscientiousness on the part of the residents, drivers, and if the day comes, the first responders as well.
Were you able to establish a list of variances that you were requesting?
Yes, that was submitted. Actually, the only variance I believe at this point is remains that the aggregate component of this project, which is the elevation of the existing cart road. I hope my cursor is showing here.
Yeah.
So essentially we don't have stations here, I guess, but this crossing is a structure that requires a waiver, and we've requested that in a letter provided to the commission, as well as uploaded to the online platform for Lunenburg. So that seems to be the only variance or waiver we need. And it's an aggregation of the retaining walls, the culverts that we've placed in at the commission's requirements or requests. So it's all kind of in one place, if you will. This singular structure is the item that we need the variance for. And we've requested that formally in the letter provided to Matt Morrow, and again uploaded last week to the commission site.
I hadn't seen it. And
Jack, what other comments do you have?
well, there's further declining on Jeff's question with regard to will you be subdividing the property?
We don't have any plans to subdivide the property, but I think along the same theme, and it may have been Jeff or maybe another commissioner. I don't have the notes at this point. There was a request that we limit the activity within 50 feet, the structural or other activity within 50 feet in future under this order of conditions. And we've also suggested language in the letter that was provided to the commission, and I can kind of read that here. Special condition, it's under my subheading, special condition, additional structures. And I'll omit the preamble to it, but except for, and this is a suggested language to make as a condition, you're willing to amend it if you see otherwise, but remembering that the commission, the order of conditions is perpetual. The activity may cease, but the order of conditions remains recorded on the deed. So this would outlive the certificate of compliance. And just very briefly, it's about 20 words. Except for structures, improvements, and work permitted by the order and installation of a dock and related facilities accessing Lake Shirley, as we discussed, no other work shall occur within the 50-foot buffer zone. So we urge you to condition the somewhat, I guess, prohibition of future work in the 50-foot buffer zone, with the exception, as we discussed, of potentially a dock and a means of access to it at some point in the future. I think everyone appreciates that anyone with a couple of thousand feet of lake frontage is probably going to want to place a dock there. There was other items, but I'll let Mr. Rabbit continue. But I have other items that we.
No, I'm listening right now. I know there are other members that will be speaking, and I'm just I'm thinking about it. So go ahead, Bob. I'm done with questions for now, if I could.
Thank you, Jack. We're going to call on Carl Luck.
I'm sorry, was that me, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I want to also acknowledge, the changes you've made are definitely in the right direction and appreciated. Um, a couple of questions on those and then some general questions. You mentioned that the stockpile was moved or removed. But maybe I missed it before, but there is a note that has a stockpile right at the 50-foot line. Am I reading that wrong? Right to the north of the house? Right at 30 feet? I think there's a note that speaks about a stockpile but doesn't really identify the size or anything.
I believe that's a Scrivener's error. Is that right, Butch?
If there is no stockpile, if there's anything, they forgot to remove the wording. You could scratch that wording.
Yeah, we could if we were in the meeting, we could redline that, but for purposes of the record, we can redline that at this time.
Okay, great.
So you're right, Carl. It was where that was. They did remove the stockpile. They did pull the limit of work back, but they
Forgot to remove the word.
They didn't take the direction of where the wording out.
Okay, great. So there is no stockpile on that
No.
side of the crossing.
No.
Great, thank you very much. Good, so we can just fix the print on that one. You moved the pump chamber, which is great, nice little positioning of it. And I see that the house was reduced, I think on the end of the garage. Is that, because I couldn't see everything you were talking about, Brian, I'm sorry, but that end of the garage has been reduced. Okay. Okay. But the corner of the house is still, I'm sorry?
A 12-foot by 24-foot chunk out of that house has been taken out.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Okay. And the walls are removed, which is great. And then I guess what again, and maybe I missed it, maybe it's a drawing note thing, but when I look at the drawing, it's the driveway, it didn't change dimensions or any of those things, but it now says gravel up to just before the standalone garage. Am I not reading that correctly?
Let's see.
It used to be all paved, didn't it?
It's still
It's
paved.
supposed to be all paved.
I am
Proposed paved driveway?
Sheet 2 of 5, Carl, if you must, Brian, you could pull that up.
Yep, that's where.
Yeah, it says proposed paved driveway.
But it also, Butch, I also noticed here, there's another inconsistency. So Carl just pointed out.
Inconsistency.
That's just Ross Associates.
Yeah.
This one should prevail, and we can also redline. We'll provide an updated plan set with that notation removed.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you for enlarging it, Brian. So it still does say proposed gravel driveway.
Yeah, it says paved here, gravel here, and I honestly didn't notice that error.
Okay, well, good. Errors are expected. We just want to catch them. I'm glad you didn't change that again.
We're glad to clean up the plans before it goes to construction, certainly.
Yeah, I think because it went from, Neil to Brandon, I think things just got mixed.
Yeah, we're on our third designer at this point because of personnel, availabilities, and so that I think when somebody comes in,
that was an old Neil plan.
Yeah, this was a Neil plan, and we went back and forth from gravel to paved to gravel to paved last year, and then this was done, I think, by Joe. Not Joe.
Yeah, I understood. This thing has a life of its own, and anything this complex, it's hard to get it 100% correct.
Pretty dense at this point.
With this many eyes on it, hopefully we can all with something. Okay, so those are good. The paver patio, what is the construction of that, particularly regarding permeability?
Loose laid pavers, Carl. Loose laid pavers.
Loose laid pavers. So what's in between the pavers?
Sand.
It would be a compacted sand in between those.
So, okay, so sand and a reasonable gap. Because that is the permeability, right? It's not the paver, but the sand.
Correct.
Okay, great. If I look at the front of the house, well, I'm calling the covered deck the front of the house just for reference. There's a lot of grading that's being done beyond the 306, 307 contour. And I'm wondering why that paving needs to be done way out there. And because that it's kind of funny. I'm not sure why the grading is done. And then as a result of the grading, there's mitigation plantings. So why can't we just not grade that area?
I'll let Butch elaborate, but it would either have to be cut to, as you've been out to the site, it's not a perfectly level site for placement of a foundation. And so it either have to come up or come down to balance the difference. And I can't attest to how the grading was arrived at, but the entire point was to bring a 305 elevation, I believe, for a surface grade. Is that at least on the walkout side? I don't know, Butch, do you have any?
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to Joanne too. We got two conversations. The whole purpose is is the patio is at 305, and the grade coming into the patio was an existing grade of 310.
310, yeah.
Yeah, so it had to be knocked down just a bit right there coming out. We purposely did not touch the grading within the 30 and up to the 30.
But maybe I'm wrong. The grading, the final grading line of the 307.
Correct, Carl.
Is all the grading on the inside of the? Is all the grading on the inside towards the house from the 307, or is that little triangle out there also graded?
That's 310. There's a 310.
The reason I ask is you're showing that area as being mitigation plantings right in that whole corner, but I don't understand why all of the vegetation that's currently in that corner has to go away.
This is our area of interest, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the grading. I'm trying to absorb it myself. So that's 308. So it looks as though we're 307 line, and we're moving. Basically, only moving it out just a bit.
I think it's more to make it a steady slope for water.
Yeah, I think it's trying
to seems to be removing all the vegetation.
309.
Isn't there presently a lot of sidewalk and stuff right there?
There's all sidewalks there that we're preserving.
Everything's like so many different heights.
We can look at the sidewalk.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
Is it this plan? Let me shrink the step. Sorry. Sheet 2, 1, 2. Here we go. This is the existing conditions here. A little easier to visualize, perhaps. That's the slab. That's at row of circular stairs.
That's Brian. If you hold 1 second, my screen doesn't seem to refresh. There we go. Thank you.
Here's the existing.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Carl. As soon as we pull this plan out, I understood why we're taking that. That's getting regraded because that slab's coming out to its entirety. Where Brian had his cursor a couple seconds ago. Brian, can you go to the back of the slab? Right there. No, towards the front, towards the house. Down towards the house a bit. No, further. Yes. That line right there is the actual house line itself. That's where that back of the covered deck is, Carl. So that slab has to come out because that was what we all talked about earlier on. We were removing all of our impervious areas, and that's the extension of why that is getting regraded back there.
There's
And-
not a lot of vegetation on the slab, yeah.
Yeah. That's, I remember
Yeah,
now. That's the reason why. 'Cause
Or
that-
these,
That was my point. It's all paved and sidewalk now.
Yeah. That's why we're doing all those plans.
But the problem is you're in the wrong area. That's not the area I'm talking about. The area I'm talking about is up at the point. If you go north of there, where the point is, that area, yes.
There's concrete there.
That between the 50 and the 30
Is
is where you're proposing a lot of plantings, but it's now treed, as far as I remember. It's basically north of the, I can't read it, but the little square that has to be removed.
reduce this so we can probably see both sides, right? So here's our 308 contour here.
Carl's right in what he's stating, Brian. It is that one point that is out and beyond the 305 mark.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, Carl, I don't fully understand the trade-off formulas that you have to do for migration plantings. You're right, Carl, because there is some migration plantings that are being done, but I believe that those migration plantings, if we look at the species, which Brian, I think you're familiar with,
Yes.
are low-lying just potted plants.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that was done in order to sweeten the deal, if you will, or to, it could
Yeah.
be.
I think it was something that you guys wanted, the Conservation Commission wanted more plantings.
So, and Carl, you're right. That's outside of the 307. It is north of the property, right there where Brian is doing it. And that all that triangle is your reference is correct, Carl. He has a planting migration, the proposed for planting migration area C, and then he has what those indicated are. I don't know what the species is, but I know that everything there is a low-lying species.
And that area here's the 308. This is the area. Actually, Butch, this occupies part of that area, that slab.
Yeah.
Because just for they can't be easily projected side by side. Here's the 305, if you'll follow me. Here's a 308.
Mm-hmm.
And if we migrate over here, here's the 305, 308. So right in between them, this area is being cleaned up and replanted.
Mm-hmm.
So if you draw a line from 308 to 305 on this plan, and then we go over here, 308 to 305, there you go. There's already some structure that we're planning to remove there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that area I understand, and getting rid of that foundation is good. It's just it looks like, and I won't belabor it, but it looks like there's grading being done that doesn't necessarily need to be done, and then it's clear, so we're now replanted. So I don't know why it wouldn't be just left natural, but I'll go on.
I think you may be correct.
You've got a lot of patience with me so far, so I don't want to belabor it.
I don't think it's egregious with the excess, and it does cover the removal of the concrete pad there, but it could be finessed to a slightly different degree, but I think it's not particularly consequential in that it's outside of the 30 and isn't going to be removal of hardscape as opposed to addition of. But continue, I'm sorry.
Can we move on to whatever else Carl has to say?
Yes. Yeah, I'm ready to.
Thank you, Carl.
I have a little concern. I'm happy to see the walls go, but the trench along the driveway. I similar to our discussions earlier on from a prior hearing. I'm sure that the design is great and that trench will work great, but it's all about maintenance, because that will for sure, fill with debris. So I just wanted to highlight that the maintenance of that, and if that doesn't work, that driveway is going to dump everything, grease, oils, or whatever in driveways right into the wetland. So that's a very critical area that that just bothers me a little bit, and not sure if you or the next owners are going to properly maintain that.
Mr. Luck, was that Was that specific to the catch basin? I didn't catch the very.
No, it's specific to along the driveway where you remove the wall.
Oh, okay, yes.
You put the trench, I forget the technical term,
Right here.
recharge trench or something. Yeah. What is your thoughts on how that's going to be maintained and cleaned? Because when it fills, and I have similar things, then they're very difficult in wooded areas to keep clean. How's that going to happen?
So, knowing about this stuff as well as I do, because we deal with this every day in the cities and along the Charles River, which I've done many properties. So that's a filter fabric lace at the bottom of it, which would prevents any of the siltation to go beyond the 1 foot mark. There is actually, Carl, if you look through the drawings themselves, there's a detail of how that's constructed. It's basically a diaphragm trench, like one of the previous applicants were trying to do in that 7-lot house division on all of his sides of his driveway. Right. It's a common detail amongst any of the surface runoffs on a lot of these projects. So how it's typically maintained is the leaf litter is actually stacks on the top of the trench. You'll see the filter fabric right there below. So there's a 3-inch surface right there that could become essentially clogged, if you will, like you're just talking about. The balance of that filter fabric holds out in the siltation that would go back in the recharge area. The topping is something that you can maintain and redo as time progresses. But mainly, if you just keep your leaf and leaf litter off that, those things are pretty well. They serve pretty well for the adjacent communities, and certainly anything that would be hindered as far as future runoff. That's a very common civil engineering detail.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The plantings are referenced in terms of the numbers and types, but not the location. Is there a planting plan that I'm missing?
Within the areas, let me see. Oops, let me reduce here. Get up here. We have a planting listed. We don't have a specific, plug. This shrub will be here. This fern or whatever will be there. But it's a more planting list that's provided in the notice. Let me see if it's also copied here. So it's really just the intent is to naturalize it. It's not meant to be ornamental or like a bark mulch bed. It's meant to be a naturalistic, because anywhere where it's disturbed, that's not within the landscaping area associated with the home, is intended to be naturalized. And it'll take a little bit of watering effort to do that in these soils, we anticipate, but that's been kind of baked into the formula. So we're not too worried about it.
So without knowing where they go, they can go anywhere since they're not specified, as long as you meet the numbers.
Yes.
Which concerns me because the trees and it's about the trees, not about the, many, bushes and, decorative trees.
You're concerned about proposed trees?
In my mind, it's more about the, in case we removed them on that tip of that peninsula where the house is, but I have no assurance that the trees, as few as there are, 12, 14 trees, that they're going to be replaced out where the house is, where the other trees went away.
Well, I'm not certainly where the house is. It would not be practical in any way, shape, or form. So that's not.
No, I mean, thank you, Brian. But in that planting area where we were just talking about, are there trees going to go in there?
There's our tree specimens that of course, at a lower density than the shrubs, and they will presumably over time mature and naturalize. They won't be hazardous to the home. Oh, I'm sorry, just due north there. I believe that's all going to be low growing shrub or low, it's not going to be, no white pines are being proposed to replace the white pines there that are, I think as discussed earlier in this meeting, just turn into a liability with time in any circumstance.
So you're not planning on putting any of the 16 trees back out on the
I don't think, Butch,
Peninsula where
recall,
the
I
house
don't
is.
think that was proposed, but it's been so long since we addressed that specific issue that I am a little bit of a loss.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been brought up, Brian, quite honestly.
Carl, are you proposing that they replace trees that were not within the 30-foot no disturbance zone?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking them where they're putting the 16 trees that are in their plan, but not specified where. I'm asking where they're going.
Thank you, Carl, for explaining that.
I only see 12. I see 8 red
Oh,
maples.
I'm sorry, 12. I'm sorry. Ken, this is several times tonight I've been thinking of reasons that I'm going to miss you, and that's another one. You're
No,
right.
I know.
added
It's
on.
just it's hard to keep everything straight, but it looks like 8 red
Yeah.
maples and
You're right.
4
My
red
notes I had
oaks.
there.
But yeah, that is a good question, Carl, where those trees are going to go.
I don't think there's a tremendous objection to putting some of them up there, but that would be, you know, even if we put the proportionate number up there of probably 3 or 4 trees out of that dozen and the remainder elsewhere. I don't know. Butch, do you have any?
No, and this is not, and this is, trust me, this is not meant to be a wisecrack.
Yep.
I defer, and Carl, you seem to have a very knowledgeable thing about this. It's a question. Where would you put them, Carl? I mean, I'm asking as a sincere question.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And I respect you for that.
Yeah, no, I would defer to.
Liz, I would like
to know.
We're losing. We're losing. According to my count, on that little spit of land, we're losing 100 trees or more, and 12 is not exactly proportional to what we're losing, but I understand, and I'm sure the chairman will remind me that it's they're outside the 30-foot. However, it's such a small piece of land with so much impact on the lake that. So to answer your question, Butch, I would like to see 12 or more back in that area, but as the chairman said, we don't have a lot of control over that. I would hear what recommendations my company has. And I'll move on, and you can address them separately. This is my last comment at this time is I'm still looking for the list of waivers that are required and that are called out in our regulation. Is that list been generated, Brian?
Yes, and again, I said it was a list of 1 at this point in the after all the deliberations, and that we have here on page 2 of the letter submitted last on the 14th.
I'm at a loss here. I don't see the letter on a cloud.
Should be there.
Yeah, I know, but I don't see it.
Take a look.
The only thing I see dated.
Well,
the
I'll go
14th
find it.
is the plan.
Let's stick to the waiver. I'll try to find it again. And I would argue that there's certainly more than one waiver. And one example would be the driveway outs, at the garages. That structure is within the 50-foot no structure zone, so that should require a waiver, or it shouldn't be there. I assume you want that approved. So I think that requires a waiver. The other thing is the road. You mentioned the crossing, which has really several waivers because part of it goes through 50, part of it goes through 30. There are walls. It's pretty complex structure that's there, but there are other parts of the road and the paved road is a structure, that are within the 50-foot, no structure zone. So that's a waiver. I haven't crawled through every other little thing, but those, is certainly more than the crossing, Brian.
I'm not sure I understand where the driveway
Explain to me where,
here is. We come off of the crossing here, and it arguably is, in here it's within the 50, here it's within the 30, but associated with the garage, it's not in either zone. So I don't understand that.
well, the crossing itself is what you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Which is within the 30 and.
Yeah.
And then, well, primarily within the 30.
I interpret that to be from about
So-
here
so
to
that-
10 to back here where it ends up. I thought that's a single event, single waiver request. I guess we could parse it
Yeah,
out.
so
into
let's call
multiple.
that a single waiver request.
Well,
No,
that's
I'm not looking to make work. I'm just looking to capture everything. Beyond there, though, the road continues within the 50-foot, no structure.
At this point, we do have a little sliver here. Yeah.
I thought the dash line was the limit of the road.
It is. Right there. You've got it, Brian.
Yeah, we had grading. Yeah, the grading's. I'm sorry, the grading's not structure, or the earth. That's not structure. So we're actually compliant here. Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm not sure where the letter that I originally put up there went, but I replaced it on the meeting folder on the cloud under the May 14th update. So
Thanks,
you guys
Mel.
want to look at it?
No. Okay, thank you, Matt. I'll do that, not right now, of course, because I'm sure there's other very valuable information in there that we need to all understand. But are you saying that there, beyond where, and let's call the crossing for convenience, where the structure ends that we talked about earlier that you couldn't move. I believe beyond that point, there is paved road that is within the 50-foot no structure buffer.
Which direction are we heading?
Go back out towards
to the street or to the front.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We've skirted it here.
I think it is.
Oops, wrong way. And we come 50 foot here. We've got we're including it all the way to here. Let's go to the match line. Here's the match line for the prior. Here's the 50-foot line here. 50-foot line here. And I guess you're correct that we cross that here, right? Is that, oh no, that's 100 foot. I'm sorry.
100. That's
100, yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't, as far as I can see, we don't have any additional incursions.
Okay, you may be right. I can't follow your pointer because there's such a lag in my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go slow, but
with here.
Here's our 50.
No, but that's okay. If you can confirm that there is no paved structure, past the crossing where that retaining wall is that we talked about earlier, then you're right. You don't need a waiver, but you need to probably just confirm that for yourself.
This is
certainly,
the gate.
Certainly. Yes.
That's the gate. We confirmed there's nothing here, and if we go to the match sheet here,
great,
50 foot there, and then we're home.
So Carl, are there additional waivers that you think they need?
Yes, if we go out to the garage where the driveway is, the garage in the house, the main garage.
Oh.
That driveway from the crossing to the house is completely in 50 foot.
50 foot buffer.
I guess I see what Carl's saying, but wouldn't it be appropriate just to issue one waiver for the driveway, the crossing?
I thought that's what we encompassed.
Yeah,
I thought that how the waiver was written encompasses that portion of the driveway from.
yeah. maybe once you get to read the waiver, you'll be clearer on it.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, you got me on that. I have not had the opportunity to look at it, but I thought Brian said earlier the only waiver was the crossing. So we can look at that.
Yeah, let me see how I termed it in the request. But the intent was all the activity associated with paving, driveway stabilization in the 30-foot was. What is doggy?
Sorry, guys.
Driveway improvements, yeah, within the 30-foot is what I termed it in the request.
Right.
What else do you have, Carl?
I don't have anything else at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Does anyone else have any comments, questions?
I guess I just have one comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ken.
We've been doing this back and forth for a long time. And honestly, I've been sort of on the fence as far as how I was gonna, whether I was gonna support this or not. And, I appreciate all the sort of give and take, especially, the revisions that have happened within the last month or so, in comparison to the first, 4 or 5, 6 months. So I feel like we've made a lot of progress. And I think that at this point, I'm, with the revisions and some of the language that we've requested and that has been added, I'm in favor of this. And I don't think, for me personally, I don't think I'd like to see it continued any further if possible. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think as far as I'm concerned, we're in a place where we can vote. So I hope that we can vote on this tonight.
Thank you, Ken. Jeff, where are you on this application?
I'm comfortable with it as amended tonight.
Katie, where are you on this application?
I personally am ready to vote in favor tonight. I think, like Ken was saying, they've done a great job in incorporating what we've been wanting to look for, and I'm ready to vote.
I am also ready to vote. That's 4 people who are ready to vote. I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the plans as presented with the few changes that were pointed out. Some of the, we'll call them Scribner's errors. Those need to get just squared away. Also in the motion, I would include the waiver request for the driveway within the 30 and the 50, no touch and no structure zone. And I would also include in my motion the language that no further intrusion into the 50-foot no structure zone is made, with the exception of a dock and access to the dock area, but that would have to be approved at a later date.
Do we have a second to Ken's motion?
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken
Mr.
Jones.
Chairman, I must have misunderstood. Did you mention discussion?
I did.
I said my
Further
I cut out
discussion,
right at that
Carl. Go
moment, I
ahead.
guess. I guess first is this the point of order. There's been great discussion about not taking the vote on this until without a full commission. Even the lawyer and everyone, and we actually deferred at times because we didn't have a full commission. So I'm surprised that you're moving to take a vote tonight. Can you tell me what happened to change that position?
Thank you, Carl. I don't feel.
Probably fatigue, if nothing else, Mr. Chairman. Been at it a long time.
Any other discussion, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, that wasn't a discussion. That was a question.
That's a question that I'm not going to answer, Carl. Any other question? Any other discussion?
Yeah. I'm going to, just for the record then, I do feel that the McGurns have worked, with the LCC in very good faith, to minimize the impact of this development, of their 5-bedroom home, detached garage and septic. And I do appreciate their efforts. However, even though the changes have mitigated some of the issues, the fact remains that the placement of such a large home at the selected location on this very sensitive peninsula does not provide sufficient long-term protection of the resource area and critical functions of the buffer zone. These key points have not changed since the LCC was first asked for an opinion long ago, and the response was virtually unanimous that the size of the project simply did not fit with this small and sensitive location surrounded by sensitive wetlands, i.e. Lake Shirley. There's a good reason for this in one of the last development. There's good reason that this is one of the last developed lots on Lake Shirley. It has long been felt it was not developable given the environmental issues with it. I believe the town bylaw goals would not be met if this project were approved for the following reasons. First, the choice of location. The chosen location is much more detrimental to the resource area than the alternative location identified by the applicant would be, as it is completely out of the resource area. The size of the house and attached garage is much too large a footprint for this area, consuming about 90% of the area outside of the 50-foot structure, no structure buffer. As such, any activity around the house will further increase the impact to the resource area, and this increased activity will most certainly occur over time. I would therefore propose and support fully Ken's proposal, part of Ken's proposal, moving the no touch out to the 50-foot area. There were at least 30 trees of significant diameter that will be removed from this peninsula. At least 20 oaks over 8 inches in diameter and over 100 trees total, with only 12 trees to be replanted that will mature over 15 feet tall. Oaks are a very valuable resource, supports many species, over 10 species directly and many more indirectly. There are several waivers that need to be granted, and we will need to address those, and that hopefully will be confirmed in the proposed plan. I believe there are several areas of the plan where clearing and grading is being done, which is not required, but causes the removal of significant vegetation and trees, again pushing limits of our buffer zones, enabling tree creep, future creep into the critical no-touch areas. I still have serious concerns regarding the conversion of the 8 to 10 foot cart path that has not seen significant use for the past 50 years. There just isn't enough width of the narrow esker crest to support the 14-foot wide road and drainage, plus the grading on each side without further tree removal and opening up the adjacent wetlands, which are up 30 to 50 feet away over its length. There's also important details not well defined, such as the size of the stockpiles, or where the new stockpile went. It is also noteworthy that although it's been repeated and argued that a benefit of this is that it only affects 5% of the property. However, it has now come to light that this property is likely to be subdivided if a way can be found with the planning board, which usually is if you're persistent and determined, as clearly the McGurns are, and I give them credit for their determination. I would also hope that the ruling of the DEP does not affect any commissioner's vote. We are appointed to uphold the town bylaw, which has much more stringent objectives than the State Wetland Protection Act. And it is our job to review this proposal solely against the bylaw and independent of the DEP ruling. Finally, as I stated in the beginning, the approval of this plan would be in direct conflict with our town bylaw, which states, and I quote, "If a commission, after public hearing, determines that activities which are subject to the permit application or the land and water uses which will result thereof are likely to have a significant or cumulative effect upon resource area values protected by this bylaw, the commission, within 21 days of closing the hearing, shall issue or deny a permit for activities requested. End of quote. Remember, this project is located on the most sensitive area of this property and is literally surrounded within 50 feet of the lake in all directions. Also remember that Lake Shirley, which is already identified by the state as a level 5 impaired water body, the worst rating available and generally accepted reason is development. It is my firm belief that this project, given the large scale size of the home at this location, will have significant impact on the resource area. Based on all these facts, I urge the commissioners to reconsider their positions and to seriously consider not only the immediate impacts to this project on the resource area, the cumulative long-term issues, which are sure to come, but also consider the dangerous precedent that approving these waivers for a new development will have upon future applications and challenges to our decisions, and please vote to disapprove this NOI. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Is there any other further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you. As I've shared, and I want to again reinforce what Carl has just shared with us. Our bylaws allow us to go beyond the minimum requirements of the Wetland Protection Act. We get to run our own community. We get to determine how much is too much. And clearly we've identified a number of issues in which we're feeling that not comfortable that we're not going to cause significant damage. I was encouraged tonight, by the way. I felt we were making progress. And I think if we continue to have this discussion and work on areas, that we will probably come to some sort of a happy medium. And I appreciate the fact that they took 280 square feet out of the house. I'm concerned about why do we have to take down other pieces of the land to increase the view in the back of the house. I'm, having walked that driveway a number of times now, and is that 10-foot drive is going to end up being 14 feet, and you're just going to be really doing a job on that piece of property. So anyway, I cannot support at this time moving ahead and trying to make a decision. And I'm thinking we can continue to make progress, and I'm wondering why the hurry. And Ken, you don't have to leave just yet.
Hurry.
Can I speak after Jack speaks?
Yeah. So anyway, that's my point, Mr. Chairman. I would not support moving ahead right now. I'm not saying I would kill the project, but I wouldn't move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
I just have a couple items that I need to say. Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Ken.
I think, to Jack's point, what's the hurry? We've been at this for at least, since I believe October, maybe earlier than that, September or October. So, we've been at this for a very, 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 very long time. It's obvious that there are at least several members that are never going to support this. I think that we have a bylaw for a reason. It's far beyond what the Wetlands Protection Act calls for. We have a 30-foot no touch zone. We have a 50-foot no structure zone. We grant waivers to projects on a frequent basis. Do I think that this is a project that goes out to the edges of what our bylaw calls for? Yes, I do. And that's why I said I've been on the fence. But at some point, we need to take a vote. I believe that this is a compromise, and I feel like there are a lot of issues that we try to deal with that we try to compromise on, and it's apparent to me that at some point some people aren't going to be able to compromise on this project in particular. So I think that tonight is the time for a vote, and as we, took a straw poll, there are 4 people that looks like they're in favor of it. So it wouldn't matter if we had a full commission or not. So I think, to me, we need to vote on it. This project has gone on long enough, and it meets the intent of the bylaw. So, thank you.
I have some comments. I never stated that we wouldn't vote until we had a full commission. That was the applicant, not me. And so I'm not going to defend the applicant's decision, to go forward or tonight, or even comment on it, because I never said that. Number 2, the applicant, it's a 15-acre parcel. They've got well over 1,200 feet of frontage. And the, to me, if you have a 15-acre parcel with 1,200 feet of lake frontage, it's a lakefront property. And if you're going to put a house on it, you should be able to see the lake from where you put the house. And we would be well within our rights to turn down this application based on the wetlands crossing. We could not grant the waiver. But I think granting the waiver is the right thing to do. This peninsula out here, the road out there was used for decades and decades. It's a well-established road. No trees need to be cut down to create this road, this driveway. Not one tree needs to be cut down to cut the driveway. Not thousands, like someone once said. And the peninsula is compromised. It's not pristine habitat. It's not pristine habitat. There's cement pads out there. People had trailers out there. And the applicant has gone, they reduced the size of the house twice now. This is the second time they've reduced the size of the house. And I think Ken made a good motion. And and everyone's had an opportunity to speak. Mr. Rabbit, you have something new to add?
Well, I was just looking at some of the pictures that I've taken, and you're indicating there would not be one tree lost. And
for the driveway, you said
for the driveway. And the point of us, what the statement I made is we're going to lose 1,000 trees for one home. And if you would like, even though I didn't send it to you, Carl and I did kind of revolving how many trees would we lose in different areas. Carl, are you still there?
Yep.
Yep. And we were pretty amazed at when we go back and play it, the number of trees that would go down in that the area with regard to the house, the area that was just a little bit where we're going to do the remediation, but you're going to take the hill down. We're looking at the walkways. And Bob, I know you've walked down it, and I can show you that I've actually done some tapes, and there are trees that are going to be coming down. So, and then we walked down there, we ran the tape across, and we said, okay, you're going to lose this number. I know you can't see it very well, but there's a tape measure, and we're saying, okay, you're going to have to cut the embankment. You're going to have to go into these roots of these particular trees. Small sections like this. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong. Yeah, okay. Small sections like this. Yeah, you're going to lose some trees. And that's the sensitivity to it. As you note, this is also a crest. This whole thing is crested. So you're going to either build it up or you're going to tear into it. So that's what caused us to say this is a significant amount of damage that's going on. So that's why we say it. And that's why I thought we're, making progress. And if you want, Carl and I will go out and count every tree that will be taken down.
Jack, I feel like you keep moving the goalposts. Every time the applicant does something, you're looking for something else.
Well, I'm trying to minimize the impact, Bob. And you feel one way, and I know other people feel differently. That's part of what our team is. And and I sincerely appreciate all the work that has gone into this, and it's close. And I appreciate the McGurns being so, putting up with us as we go through this particular piece. But this is, as Ken has said, we've pushed the limit on this project. When are we going to decide not to always try and push the limit, And
So
so
we need to change the bylaw, Jack. That's the whole point of what I'm trying to make. It meets the bylaw. Like
Yeah.
if you want a 100-foot no structure zone and a 50-foot no touch zone, then propose a bylaw.
And then
otherwise, let's meet the bylaw that we have right now.
we can't even get a definition of a tree through this group.
A tree is a tree, Jack.
No,
A tree
the
is a tree.
dimensional requirements.
Okay, all comments will be directed to the chair.
Mr. Chairman, if we had had that definition in place, it would be helping us.
Jack, another night. I promised you sometime we would put your definition of tree on the agenda, and we will do it.
Yeah, okay.
Another night. Carl Luck.
Just quickly, I can't let it go that you're making the statement that there are no trees going to be removed to put that road in, that it's just absolutely not going to happen. I don't even think the applicant would sign up to say that not a single tree will be removed when they take into account the 10-foot paved, the additional 2 feet on each side of drainage, and then the grading on each side of that. Jack said we looked at that cart path, which is a cart path that hasn't been used in 50 years. None of that peninsula has been used in over 50 years.
That's not.
So it's returning itself to to nature.
So Carl, who do you think is closer?
There will be a tree. There will be
me
trees.
with 0 or Jack with 1,000?
My 1,000 was not just the road, Bob. It was the house itself, the whole area of the house. And it was, you know what? Maybe there's only 900.
Let's vote. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
No.
Jack Rabbit.
No.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well.
You didn't take any public comment for your public hearing
Thank you.
prior to your vote.
Hearing is closed.
Okay, Andrea, what do you have to say?
Well, my first thought was just to do that, to prevent a procedural error. But you've already put the cart before the horse. But anyway, yeah. Number 2, you're not required to repeat anything on any particular project. You weigh everything by its own merits. Number 3, it is exhausting. I worked on a project for 2.5 years until they met the requirements. So I've been there. I've done that. I've dealt with that. So I do appreciate the exhaustion of the applicant and the exhaustion of the board. And it's not just that you have different frames of reference. All I would say is, regardless of whether you think you have the same position or not, stick with it. Make your arguments and listen to each other. And quite frankly, time frame be damned, because it's up to you to bear the heavy burden of whether you made the right decision or the wrong one.
Greg Bittner.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Greg Bittner, 32 Sandy Cove Road. I was a member of the planning board when we granted vital access to that project, and I think there may have been some conditions associated with that. Again, I'm not speaking to the particulars of this proposal, but I know for a fact that we did grant vital access to that project through a planning board hearing, and there were conditions attached to that. So I don't know if that's something you want to look into, but just that don't want to see that decision conflict with anything you're deciding on tonight. So
Thank you, Greg. Carl Luck. Carl?
Oh, my hand's still up.
Yeah.
Although now you call it, I'm sorry about the hand thing, but I find it very interesting that not only did we violate process, but that we were not aware. At least I was not made aware. I'm not sure if anyone perhaps yourself, Mr. Chairman, were made aware that there were any conditions from the planning board, I would doubt that they have much impact on our decision, but it seemed very inappropriate that we would not have been made aware of that and taking that into account as appropriate.
Okay.
I think we've,
Thank
I
you,
think we've
Carl.
done a great disservice to the process.
Thank you, Carl. Matt, do you think we have to revote because we didn't take public comment?
If you want to do it on the safe side, then go ahead and revote.
Ken, can you remake that motion? Well, we're gonna revote on Ken's motion.
It was a really long motion.
Yeah. But it was for, we're gonna correct the Scribner's errors. We're gonna take and grant the waiver for the driveway.
Correct.
And we're not going to, there's gonna be a stipulation to be approved later, that there'll be no activity in the 50-foot no structure zone with the exception of accessing a dock.
I believe that was the extent of my motion, so I will remake that motion.
That the dock was to be approved at a later time, and you also included work in the 50-foot buffer as part of the variance.
She's correct.
And so, can we second that motion?
Second.
All right. I'm not gonna, Carl Luck.
Discussion, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
I would like to make a amendment to that motion.
Go ahead, Carl.
I would like to make it pending the commission's review of the planning board conditions and that to determine that they do not affect what we've just reviewed and approved.
Thank you, Carl. Do we have a second for Carl's motion?
Second.
Further discussion?
I guess, there are other boards that weigh in on projects all the time. Board of Health weighs in on septic systems, planning board weighs in, there may be variances that the zoning board of appeals have granted that we may not even be aware of. And the project has to meet all of those. And if one thing is in conflict with the other, then the applicant needs to address that. So I'll accept that amendment to my motion, but I feel like that is, that happens on probably every project that we issue conditions on.
So
I'll accept the motion.
I need a clarification on that with the motion. Am I the one being assigned to check the special condition of the planning board? As the administrator, I'm the central point person here. So what I want is to be able to converse with Adam Bernie about it and not be concerned that I'm going to have 4 commissioners calling Adam. Nothing personal, guys, but I don't want to create any disconnects with this vote.
No, I think that, that you as our agent should be the one to confirm that and make sure
I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. That's all, Ken.
Our order
I'm
of
glad you
conditions is
clarified
in.
it.
So for clarification, if there was.
The amendment, if I could, the amendment specifically mentioned reviewed by the commissioners. Clearly, our administrator needs to get us the information and interface with other, town agencies. But we need to get that information.
No on that.
I would not accept that amendment to my motion because I don't feel that's appropriate.
I mean, we do things all the time, independent. We don't condition our approval on planning board approval. We don't condition our approvals on Hickory Hills Lake approval. It's not, in my view, that is not appropriate. Carl, you still.
Mr. Chairman, and I believe I haven't expressed myself. I'm not saying whether they approved it or not. The planning board did approve it. What I'm saying is there may be conditions that have been put on that approval that we need to be made aware of that may infect our decision. So the motion was simply to get the document, have it reviewed to make sure it doesn't create any issues with what we just approved. And that's it. And if the commission gets that and verifies that, then it's a done deal.
I'm gonna call on Greg Bittner. Greg, you have your hand up. Did you want to?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute. Yeah, so I'm not guaranteeing there are conditions, but I know we did grant vital access and we had the ability to put conditions. I can't remember if we did or not, but again, I think at what Carl said at the end is that just to make sure that any of those conditions wouldn't have an impact on your decision. I don't think it should be conditional upon it by any means. You guys make your own decision, and I'm not speaking to the particulars of this proposal, but if you have two rulings that have different conditions, then you need to work that out somehow. And again, I'm not guaranteeing there are conditions, but I know we granted a vital access approval for that and possibly did put some conditions on it.
Well, if I could weigh in on this one.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Based on the conversation that I picked up on from the last meeting, the commission considered this. I did speak to Adam Verney about vital access and the potential of subdividing the lots. His response to me was they were granted vital access based on the proposal, the initial proposal that's in front of us, and that the vital access would have to be reconsidered if they want to subdivide the lot. And I think that's where that would come into play. He didn't note to me that there was anything special that would prohibit our approval of the access to the lot.
Correct.
I believe that was the case. I think we limited it to one house.
Yeah, it was limited to the one house.
Right, okay.
And I had mentioned in the past, if we did have to ever go in front, I mean, if we ever did propose another lot off there, that we would have to go back in front of planning.
And
But
actually-
I stated that twice now.
Butch, it was that statement that caught my attention.
Correct.
And that's what I asked Adam Burney about.
Correct.
The
you are right.
vital access approval was for the access.
Mhm.
And the access hasn't changed basically at all from this proposal. The only particulars that have really changed are the crossing details.
Correct.
So based on my conversations with Adam, I don't see anything, but I'm just giving you the input based on my questioning, based on something I had heard at a meeting.
All right, so we had a motion, we remade the motion, we reseconded the motion, then Kyle proposed an amendment. And Jack seconded the amendment, and I'm gonna vote on the amendment first. The amendment would take, and Ken didn't accept the amendment to his motion, so we have to vote on it. My understanding is now we're gonna vote on it as a separate amendment, to Ken's motion to pass the whole thing. And this would be making, and so can you restate your motion, Carl, please?
Oh, thank you, Bob. Yeah, it would be that the approval be pending review by the commission of any conditions that the planning board put on their approval to establish if there is an impact.
Okay,
If
thank
not,
you.
then the approval stands.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
No.
Katie Childs.
I'll go aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
No.
And I also vote no. So the motion does not carry because it's 3-3. Now we're going to vote on the motion as a whole to approve for the second time. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Nay. I've lost it. I'm gone. I'm totally lost it now.
Jack Rabbit.
What did Carl say? No, I'm no. No.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Andrea Adams, what's your address?
Dang it. 118 Green Street, Woburn, Massachusetts.
And so why are you participating in these public hearings?
What can I say? I'm a groupie. I participate because I feel like I still have an interest in Lunenburg because my mom lives there and she's lived there since 1953 in the same house. And second, I feel your pain. I'm not just going to be a one issue person. Oh, heck, they're just going to continue the hearing. Bye. You can have your the meeting till 11.
So your mother lives in town.
Yes. And if you're going to stick it out, I'm going to stick it with you out of respect for you as board members.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, on to our last public hearing. Congratulations, Brian and the McGurns.
Thank you.
And we thank you. I'm sorry, I kicked my video thing and I'd have to bump out to get back in, so I let it ride. But we appreciate all the time of all the commissioners, and it's been a long process, but I think think it's come out favorably in all respects, or many respects. So thank you.
Thank
Butch
you.
and Joanne, I just want to wish you luck. I know you want to do the right thing. This was not a personal issue.
No, I
And,
understand, Tom.
I know you'll do everything you can to preserve it.
I'm going to stay.
Good luck.
Thank you for the vote, and I'm going to stay with my original statement to you, Carl. We live on the lake, and we want to preserve the lake just like the rest of you who live on lakes.
Thank you, guys. Have a good
I
night.
know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Carol.
Okay, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Mass Pleasant LLC will be held. Work proposed is construction of a 6-lot subdivision, roadways, utilities, and a proposed wetland crossing at 101 Pleasant Street. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Any public comment? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Richard Tremblay for work at 386 Sunset Lane for repair to 5 existing retaining walls and the construction of a kayak rack, the reinforcing of existing fencing, the removal of a stump, the replacement of 2 existing concrete patios, and the removal and replacement of an existing driveway. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second. Excellent. All right. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
And that was continued to June 2nd. Katie Childs, Carl Luck,
Recused?
Jack Rabbit, Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself.
You continue 101 Pleasant too? Or is it
He's
just
got a point.
open?
You know what? You didn't mention a date.
Yeah, it's just open.
101 that's till June 2nd.
Yeah,
You might want to revote on that, Bob, just to
Yeah.
cover it.
All right, let's revote.
Sorry.
Nope, good catch.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, okay, so I'm looking for a motion to continue this till June 2nd.
So moved. 101 Pleasant Street. So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Thanks for that. Number 2, sorry I was unmuted there. I thought when you lowered your hand, you went back to mute. And just so you know, I think they're going to be on the planning board in the 28th of June because their road length waiver was denied.
Yeah, I talked to the design engineer. He's going to have to do a whole reconfiguration of that plan.
All right. Old business, review of land use forms. Carl sent us. Do we put Carl's input on the cloud anywhere, Matt?
It should be. Let's check it out.
If not, I can.
You might as well share it because it's going to take me 5 minutes to hunt for it.
All right. I'll look for Carl's email.
Also, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna head out for the night. I've had a long day.
All right, well,
And
thank you
I'm
for sticking
falling
with us
asleep.
till
Want to get through the hearings.
through
Good night,
10:45.
Katie.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. I'll
Good
see you
night,
in
Katie.
a couple weeks.
Okay.
And I don't see a folder for it. Would there have been a separate folder? Or is
It could just
somewhere
be, it could be in a different meeting folder. I may not have transferred it. I'd have to look for it. But I think Bob can throw it up to share.
I'm looking. I think I saved it actually to my folder here. Let's look. Ah, yes. First of all, before we look at Carl, did anybody else have any inputs on the land use forms? That's what I thought. So Carl, what changes they are proposing to the land use forms here?
I think didn't I track them? I
Yeah,
think I
but I'm
tracked them.
not, maybe it's, maybe through the screen, although before when, it's like I'm not seeing, let's see, view. Review.
Are you looking at the Word document, Bob?
Yeah, I am.
And if you click the red thing, it doesn't, one of the lines, it doesn't show up all the
It says,
red
it
track
shows I am screen. Can you see what I'm looking at on the,
Yeah, we can see it.
but I'm not
Yeah.
seeing, it shows that you propose, oh, for reference only, you said, I think here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so you're seeing them. They just don't show up in red, so it's hard for me to, but there's a little red line over there.
Yeah, a little
I
red
don't know why They
line.
don't show up as red.
Why do you think it's necessary to add that?
Well, our discussion was that if we don't put something like that on the form that's for reference only, then it becomes part of the regulation. And the only way we can change it is through the regulation change process. So if we have these both for reference only, and that can be what we use exactly to begin with, they can be the initial documents without the reference only statement on it.
Well, but we
can
say
move
in the
forward.
regulation, a
But then-
copy of which appears at the end of these, after the end of these regulations.
And I think if you go into the document, Bob, I also added words there that say for reference only.
And so
Can you go back up to where you just
if we
quoted from?
specify that they're after the end of the regulations, why do you think we then have to take and say they're for reference only if we say they're not part of the regulations in the regulations?
Oh, where does it say they're not part of the regulations?
It says a copy
read
of
me
which
that?
appear after the end of the regulations.
Right. So that copy is the form. It becomes part of the regulations. I mean, this is contracts 101, Bob.
Well, how about if we put a thing down here right after 4.2 that says end of
It says
regulation?
End of regulations. I
What
sort of
do you
think
have
this is
against putting for
semantics.
reference only? I don't understand the problem of the simple solution.
Actually, I got to agree with Carl. I got to agree with Carl on that. I don't see any harm in putting it for reference only on it. I really don't.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Are there substantial changes or?
A lot of it was to make them consistent. We had good stuff in each in the two two forms. It was clear they made up at different times. There was good things in one form that weren't in the other, and then vice versa. So some of this is simply to, to make them consistent. Maybe just take from the top, Bob, or if you have a
Well,
more
but,
time-consuming
let me see if I,
process.
I'm gonna stop screen sharing and see if I look at it just.
Yeah, maybe if I go get my document and I can walk you through it, maybe.
Because it's not showing what the changes are. I'm not comfortable doing this when we can't see what the changes are.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you can't, because it's a track change document, and on my
and I'm right there with
copy,
you, Carl. But
all the changes show up in red.
And the only thing I'm getting, and I'm looking to see.
Well, let me walk you through it. You've got the document, and I can see the changes. So if we start at the beginning of the regulation.
Yep.
At the end of the introductory paragraph, just before permitted uses, at the end of that sentence, where it says, after the end of these regulations, I added for reference only. As we just discussed. Then the next change in the regulations is in paragraph 2.1, where we talk about overnight camping.
Yep.
It says must have prior written approval of the commission using, and I changed using and overnight camping permit. And I deleted day and the and, because that's not what the form is called. And then added after form a reference copy, which appears at the end of these regulations.
Okay. Then what'd you do in 2.5?
Okay, now we're talking. I'm trying to go down without losing the whole thing. 2.5 again, any activities which change fees, which charge fees or collects funds, and then at the very end of that, after using a funded organization's permit from a, and I inserted reference copy.
Okay.
Of which it appears. Okay. So these are all just get the right references. Nothing, and that's all the changes. Then I got down to Hunting Hill Conservation Regulations, and I added in parentheses for reference only there. Because if those regulations change, we don't want to have to try to keep our regulations consistent. So the Hunting Hill Conservation Regulations, okay. And, okay, now we're into the regulations, the reference only at the top.
Except the spell with the REFERENCE.
Oh, okay, good. The whole thing got underlined, so I couldn't even see it. It was underlined, not spelled right. Thank you, Bob. Okay, the first one I think is significant. Where the after the mailing address, the permit request must be received by the Conservation Commission no less than, and it had said 3, and I changed it to 14 business days before the date of use required. Since this has to be approved by the commission, it's not realistic to get it 3 days before the event and have it approved by the commission. So I felt 14 days is a normal lead time, even if it's given the day after the meeting. We'll be able to approve it at our next meeting. So
You mean 14 calendar days?
There? Oh, yes, I do, Matt.
Because 14 business days would be quite a bit of time.
Yeah, no, that's a really good catch there. Then All requests must be remitted back to the Conservation Commission in person or via mail. Minor semantic change there, but a little clearer. Then everything else there is great, great, great. And this is half a question. It says the time of departure is 10 a.m. Do we need 10 a.m. or can it be 10 p.m.?
It's up to you guys. I just put it up there because that's what I see from most of the forms.
I guess.
Go ahead, Ken.
No, I have, and I think I talked about this at one point, maybe at a meeting or maybe with Matt, but I guess, for overnight camping, I see this mostly being used for scout groups.
Yep.
And I personally, I don't think a 10 a.m. departure is necessary. They may decide that they want to leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're going to come in at 3 or 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon after school, after the scouts get out of school, and they may want to stay until 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon before they leave. So to me, a departure time is not necessary.
I agree with Ken. Where is the departure time?
I'm not sure we need a departure time either, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, because we're not running a campground. We're running, basically it's going to be scout groups, or it's going to be a special interest group that's going to come in and use it. And we don't need to clear it out for another group to come in normally.
Right.
Oh, I see. Time of departure, 10 p.m. latest.
Or delete it.
I'm just going to delete that. Are we good with that?
That's fine.
Then what'd you do with the last one?
The maximum number of campers it had per site is 10 total.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting we delete per site because we never asked how many sites.
Yeah, and we don't really have sites.
If we want a larger, sorry?
We don't really have sites. It's not like we have a campground. We have campsites at the campground.
Yeah, exactly. So why are we saying per site?
I don't think we need to. I think, I don't think we should put a limit on how many. That's why we're going to take it sort of on a case by case basis. They could decide they have a group of 50 scouts and, they have an area that they can do that safely in and we approve it, or they may only have 5. I don't know, but I don't think we need to put a number or a limitation.
Does anyone disagree with Ken?
No, I don't disagree with him.
Okay.
No, because we've had the list. They have to provide a list of who's there, so we'll know how many people. And if it's too many, we can push back on the application.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right.
So we deleted two things.
I'm thinking back to my scouting days and when we had campouts on the town forest. We may have 10 people, but we may have the whole troop, and we may have 30 people. So to limit it, I don't think we should do that. But that's why we're going to approve it on a case by case.
Yeah. Good, great, Ken. Thanks. So the very last thing on that form, at the very last area where it said administrator's initial and date, I've just added and date approved by Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Okay. Good. So next one. For reference only. There was no requirement on this form before about submitting it, so I have that same permit request must be received by the Conservation Commission. Oh, and this one says 14 days before date of use. Is that clear or do we need to add calendar, Matt?
No, I think by not putting it, you're implying calendar.
Okay. I never know that rule, so thank you. On the form where it says, please print name, I just put in parentheses contact person, so to indicate that that name is the name we're going to contact.
Where did you put contact person?
Where it says, please print name, address, blah, blah.
Oh, I see. Yep,
There's a
yep. Okay.
parentheses I added after. Yep, okay. Then downwards, conservation administrator's signature, printed name, and date approved. And it should be, to be consistent, should be date approved by commission. So we should add after approved by commission. That's it.
Nice work, Carl.
Do you want a motion to approve those as outlined, or
Thank you, Ken.
I would make it a motion that we approve?
All right,
it.
do we have a second?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Last night, I spoke with the at the Open Space Committee with Brandon about, changing the land use plans for Lane property and Table Rock to eliminate the special permit. And he said, hold a special permit, and hold a public hearing. Inform the planning board and the open space committee. Propose the changes you want. So at some future meeting, I'll propose that. And then I have to get going on putting the signs out and putting out the kiosks. But other than that, I don't see that we have other next steps in implementing the new land use rules unless someone has, suggestions that, that we should be discussing right now. If we had permitted firearm hunting on two properties, I think we'd have a lot to do right now, but we didn't. So, I'll take that silence as agreement, and we're going to move on to the next agenda item.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
It's more queuing up action that came out of that process in terms of, I think we should have a discussion about what's on our signage, particularly related to hunting, and also perhaps even discuss signage or some form of markers for the borders of our property, particularly the ones that are near hunting areas, like small town forest, where it's clear that hunters are crossing into that property, not knowing what's going on, or perhaps the signage at the edge of Hunting Hill, saying no hunting beyond this point or something. But I think we have an issue with hunters not knowing where they are and ending up thinking they can hunt on property that's not huntable. So I'd like to have a future, agenda item where we could discuss, because I know the state, for instance, when we go over to the northwest property and you have to cross the state's property, the entire property line of the state's property, every 50 feet or so, has a tag on a tree.
Yep.
Which indicates that this is the edge of the property. So
So if their
maybe we need
property is,
something, at least for Hunting Hills, that does that. I'm sorry?
I'm just, if their property is already marked, why do we need to do it on the other side of the tree that's the same property line?
No, I'm saying at Hunting Hill, that Hunting Hill would be appropriate to mark Hunting Hill so people know when they cross out of Hunting Hill that they're no longer on hunting property.
So Carl, in my view, the way to go about that is to reach out to the Shirley Conservation Commission and to Mass Wildlife and ask for a meeting of those three-member boards, that comprise, that are given the authority over that property by the conservation easement. I mean, they're the ones that pass the rule, and it seems to me like past, the current regs there. And I think that was my thought on that, that there hasn't been a meeting of that group, of that three-part group since 1990. And I think it's high time we had and also discuss, the concerns of the abutters. We had the abutter there at the, was it the Cook Farm or whatever, talking about, people hunting right behind her barn and all that stuff. I think, there's some issues there that we have to deal with. But I think it's it's Fish and Wildlife, Shirley, and us that, it's a three-part board that has to deal with it, not just Lunenburg Conservation. But I'm open to discussion about that point of view.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on, Bob, that is the process for implementing things that we might want to implement. But before we get there, we have to agree what things we want to do. If people think that's a good idea or bad.
I see your point. I see your point, Carl.
I think
and so I think that should be a future agenda item.
Great.
About what do we want to see happen at Hunting Hills? And what are the issues at Hunting Hills? I personally would like to go and talk to that abutter that has the barn right there with the, with the horses and the donkeys and stuff, and have a better, handle on, on what our issues are and try and understand them.
Yeah. No, I think that would be a good, also not only a good thing to do, but good public relations. So that's a great idea, Bob. So anyway, a future agenda item, that's great.
Thank you, Carl. Anything else we should be thinking about in terms of implementing our new land use regulations? So a future agenda item about Hunting Hills and a future agenda item about what should go on our signage and what should go on our kiosks. Both.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Enforcement actions. Matthew.
Yes, I am here.
Take us through enforcement actions quickly, please.
Okay. Let me just pull up the agenda. Give me 1 second.
Illegal dumping. Oh, illegal dumping activity.
Bob, go ahead and take that one then.
Yeah, we went out and looked at it in our site visit. I tuned in to the selectmen's meeting last night. Matt, can you ask, or I was going to ask, but I appreciate, can you ask Heather to send a copy of the report, that the consultant did, about that dumping activity to the commission?
Yep.
But I heard her throw out the figure be like $70,000 to $80,000 to clean it up. So
that number, if that's the number, that wouldn't surprise me based on, when I visited that site originally,
it's I don't even know how you get down there and do it safely, to take that stuff out.
Yeah.
Somebody was At last night's selectmen's meeting, one of the selectmen said, would it be possible to cap it, encapsulate it there rather than trying to remove it? But because by the time you finish removing it, how much more damage will have you done? It's been there for 50 years, so, but anyway, Leominster Road, 313 Leominster Road, Matt.
That was the same thing. That was that Mike Schenk. You guys voted
Yep.
today to remove it.
Yep, thank you. 615 Townsend Street.
Yeah, that's the Val Barrow site. He has until the end of the month to complete the work I had on
Okay.
him with stabilization. He's finishing it up.
NON 467 Lancaster.
That's the one you guys wanted me to keep on the agenda, kind of like a tickler, because I'm watching him through the growing season to make sure that area he traversed with his ATV reestablishes itself.
So enforcement order Fire Road 16 cleanup to commence.
That's the Keating site. Doug Vigneault's supposed to notify me like any time as to when he's going out there to clean up. I haven't heard from him yet.
NON 48 Oak Ridge, they're on tonight's agenda.
Yep, I had spoken with the owners. They couldn't make this meeting this evening. They will be at a future one. Essentially, what happened was they did put up a structure. I looked at the structure. It is on the existing patio that the commission formally approved. There wasn't any expansion. There wasn't any additional work within any of our zones. It was just put on the existing impervious surface. The original use of it was a pergola with a canopy top that they would put up for shade because the lady of the house and her mother essentially have skin cancer issues. They also had like a, I guess, you could call it an easy up, like a canopy tent. That and the canopy over the pergola would just blow away. It would get destroyed. So what they did was the Mr. Tufts screwed in a plastic top on top of that wooden structure. There's nothing that exceeds outside of the established patio area. So I wanted to know how the commission wanted to approach it. Do we ask them to file a subsequent RDA, or do we allow this to go through as a field change? There's been no other work out on the site. Everything basically is what we'd approved there.
It's rigid, right?
No, Jack, my back is rigid, actually.
That too.
So are you saying it's over an existing permitted impervious surface?
Yeah, it's over an existing permitted impervious surface. There's no extra contribution to the impervious nature otherwise.
So why are we giving them a hard time about it?
Well, we're not. I'm just asking for direction.
Well, I think you can tell how I feel. How do other people feel?
Haven't filed an NOI.
NOI?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Just have them file something. Tell us they're doing it and we can approve it and make it legal.
What? Or we could do it as a field change, Jack.
How old is it? Wasn't the job done?
How old is it, Matt?
The hard rooftop is about a year and a half old. The actual original structure was done back in, according to the photos I have, in the summer or the late summer of 2018.
When did we permit the patio?
I believe it was 2017.
So we're beyond 3 years. So they should file an RDA.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Works for me.
Carl Luck.
I think the first thing we need to do before we make these people exercise them anymore is go back to what was approved, because I am very certain that what we approved was an impervious surface, not a pervious surface, not an impervious, because we had a lot of discussion about whether there was a patio there pre-existing. It was just stones. It it was very pervious. And we had a lot of discussion about what's going to be used as filler between the pavers so that it would stay pervious. So I don't believe that we approved a patio that was impervious.
I'll tell you what, in between meetings, I'll look back on the record, but I'm not sure that's entirely true because my recollection of it was that the patio itself was a retroactive file because it was already done and it was impervious and it wasn't changed.
No, it wasn't that.
All right, so
And-
let's not discuss, let's not debate it tonight. Let's wait and look at the record and then talk about it again at the next meeting.
Yeah, I'll check the record. Couldn't hurt.
205 Arbor Street.
I'm still waiting on my answer from DEP on that agricultural issue.
Oh, that's the horse manure one.
Yes.
All right.
And I congratulate everybody on refraining from the jokes, the obvious
Thank you.
jokes.
No new business. I got a notice from the town treasurer that I have to come and talk to her about the trails grant because she thinks that it's overspent. So I gotta meet with her and figure out why she thinks it's overspent. No certificates of compliance, no extension permit. I sent you the committee report earlier today from Open Space, a group of abutters down that abut the West Street parcel, and they're near the Pleasant Street parcel, came to Open Space and they're advocating that the parcels be moved from under the care and control of the select board to conservation land or Parks and Rec land. Brandon wrote that very eloquent letter, to the town manager, saying this is what we'd like to do. We'd like it to be inclusive. We want to make sure we touch all the bases, but we don't have any authority, we being the Open Space Committee, because they don't have any authority. They're an advisory board to the Planning Commission. But we'd be happy to undertake this, if that's the selectmen's, wishes. And so, since the selectmen's are the people who actually have care and control of those properties, so we'll see where it goes from there. And did I mention at the last meeting that the one of the two articles that the town at the fall, the special town meeting, where we transferred 970 New West Townsend Road to the care and control of the Conservation Commission, that was defective. Transferred the wrong parcel number. So we're gonna have to redo that at the next special town meeting.
Hey, did you guys vote on the minutes?
No, we did not vote on the minutes. Hey, let's vote on the minutes.
I have corrections.
May 5th.
We're talking May 5th, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That Lot 2 Northfield Road, it mentioned that KJ moved the question, and then KJ seconded. I don't think that can happen. Ken, you didn't. You can't just check
I
that
don't
one.
think so.
And then, and by the way, it also passed with a unanimous vote, with JR voting no, Carl Luck abstaining. How does that become unanimous?
Wait. I submitted corrections to all that. Didn't you get those, Matt?
Yeah, I made the corrections, so I'll just double check it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then,
Because I remember picking that up too.
yeah. I'm saying, he's tired. You were working him too hard. So, and then let's see, the Joanne and Butch McGurn, the fourth paragraph down, the last sentence by JR. That didn't seem to make a lot of sense. And it was also missing, I thought, a pretty significant point. And that's why I wanted to make sure the McGurns knew that we appreciate the fact that they thanked Carl for all the work he's put into this. And it's not very often when we go through an exercise as long and as tough as this one, where the client comes back and says, thank you for all the work you put into it. So I just thought that was something worth mentioning. And then, yeah, that was it. Those are the only two things I came up with.
So is that a motion to approve as amended, Jack?
Yes, please.
n-
Oh, Carl's got something.
Carl, you got something to say?
I'd like to, I just want to confirm that Matt got my inputs and incorporate them because I didn't see a republication.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I'll go on your word and we're ready to vote then.
All right, roll call. Do we have, so that, did someone second Jack's motion?
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. 54 Pine Acres Road, removal of 3 trees, administrator's determination.
Okay, did I get pictures up there?
I haven't seen any.
Okay.
Neither have I.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hold off on that. I didn't post pictures up there. Nikki Dutton had a few extra trees that she wanted to remove. I'm just gonna post the pictures up and let you guys take a look at them.
Hey, Matt.
There were a whole bunch that the tree guy wanted to remove, and she's like, no. Huh. So she only wanted 3. So she showed me.
She only wanted 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, because I was thinking she needed an RDA because when you're kayaking by, there's like 10 that had yellow tape around them.
Oh, there was more than that, Bob. You just saw it from the exterior. When you go to the interior, there was more.
Okay.
And she just was like, I actually went out with her son, who was very cordial, and he was like, yeah, no, she doesn't want these removed. And we don't know why the tree guy was saying to remove them.
Okay. All right. And I see our hearing on Reno Hollis is scheduled for June 16th.
Yeah, I confirmed it with Gary. He will be here.
Okay. Any other communications?
Mr. Chairman, on that.
Yeah.
I saw him out there during the winter. Are the trees that are on the cutting plan marked in the field? Do you know, Matt?
Yeah, he usually does.
Okay, so we should probably try to do a site visit prior to that, so at least we can see what he's got marked.
Especially up near, we asked them to stay away from the neighbors abutting to the north.
Yeah.
And
So
I'd like to
maybe-
see how close they come to, Route 13 there,
Yeah.
Chase Road. But I'm not anxious to go in there and meet all the ticks.
No.
Trust me, I've already gotten like 4 or 5 tick bites in the last few weeks alone. They're crazy.
Jack, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we, one last shot at talking about the recommendations, the selectmen. And I feel like, we're a little bit throwing the selectmen under the bus by saying, look, we got this notice late, and it didn't give us a chance to meet. Even though we kind of could have done it tonight, we were packed, but at the end of the day, we're saying you guys didn't think about our schedule. And by us saying nothing also says something, right? And it's kind of like saying, well, what's the matter? These guys couldn't agree, or your feeling is that it would be too divisive. That automatically infers, oh, wait a second, there's something going on in there. And either it's this hardworking selectman who's been there forever doing a great job, or we don't want to follow our tradition and support, Mike, who's been a really good member. So we should be saying something to them to put that to bed, to say, no, we want we're standing together. We're a team, no matter what. We fight a little bit, but we're a team, and we need to stand together, and we need to support the tradition that, is hopefully gets Mike here. You got Jeff here, and so I think we really need to be saying something. And so there's no division. There's, as far as, we debate, we argue, we push back at each other, but that's a healthy thing. And I just don't want them to think that we are not thinking we don't want to eat our young, or we don't want to support the people that are in our program. And we need to say something. And so if we don't, then we need to individually call during that selectmen's meeting and during that hearing and voice our opinion in terms of supporting this team. And so I think, Bob, we should take a vote and say, yeah, we're all for Carl, we're all for Mike. And tell them why. Because, you know, Carl's the hardest working. Look at who did a ton of work for tonight. And look at Mike. He's been with us for 6 solid months. He's been doing our site visits. He's learning. He's read the GEIR. He's read all the other stuff that we do. And so we should be supporting them. And we should let the selectmen know that, because we're the ones doing the work. We know the most about what's going on in our team. So I think that we're losing an opportunity tonight, Bob, to not at least take some action, even though it was short notice. And, you know, and I don't want them to think that we've got any divisiveness going on that wouldn't allow us to vote for our members. So that's my 2 cents. And otherwise, if we're not going to do anything, I would urge the other members like myself to call into the selectmen at that time and share our opinion about why we think those 2 members, our 2 team members, should be supported.
Any other public comment from commissioners?
I just have a question.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Mike, where did you stand on the McGurn property there? Just curious. It's tough to sit through all that and not have really much to say. But what did you think of the whole project?
Well, it sounds like there were 2 issues, in my opinion. One was the issue. Yes, it did go for, it seemed like a long time, but also the whole issue of where the board stands on, you know, principle. You know, I'm not a lake person, but I certainly feel for people who do live on the lake. And if, you know, if the process is going to allow people to do things that are against regulations that you would normally not approve a project for, you know, I think I sort of listened to Andrea and sort of felt, hey, sometimes you have to go the distance in order to protect the environment. But I also hear the side that, hey, we've been at this for a long time. The group has asked the participant to do their, you know, cut away at their project until they satisfied all of the requirements that are necessary to make a proper decision on projects that may impact the environment. So I guess I'm torn between both camps here. And it sounds like tonight, the camp that said, hey, we've been at it long enough, and the participant made enough concessions that, once again, I've always mentioned I'm a process kind of person, and it sounds like the process may have been shut out tonight, but you know, that's the way I feel.
Okay, just curious. It's tough to sit through all those and then not really have much to really say at the end of things. So yeah, just curious. Thanks.
Other comments, Carl?
Yeah, I don't know. This might be Ken's last night, even if it isn't. I think it's still appropriate to thank Ken for his services. And I have to say, many times we've been kind of tangled up, and Ken has been kind of quiet and then come through with some really good ideas and good different ways of looking at things, and brought a lot of value to the conversation. So whether it's your last night or not, Ken, I want to thank you very much. And it really is good working for you. And I hope you have a third shot at it.
Oh, we'll see about that. Thanks, Carl. I appreciate that. I hopefully will, I'm planning on being here for the, at least the first meeting in June, and hopefully both of them in June. So I'll be here for a couple more nights, I think. So, but thanks, Carl.
If I could just say, Ken, you did a great job. You really did. You know what I valued the most about you was you knew everybody and you were so friendly with people. You know, the pollinator garden wouldn't have been there if you hadn't helped as much. You know, I was so impressed when I heard that you drove the fire truck up to put the water in the tank to keep that thing going. I said, "Dad, that's what we are all about." And I was really, really very, very impressed. And of course, I love your dad too. Took all the alpha classes with him. Good job, Ken. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
We have no public left to comment, so if there are no other comment from commissioners, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So we aren't going to take a vote. We're not going to try and come up with a recommendation of the selectmen. Is that what you're saying? I think, Bob. Without saying it, you're saying it. Is that correct? Okay, you're not saying it. Okay.
You know, I wouldn't want to take a vote on that without, you know, we've only got 4 people here, so I don't think it would be appropriate to take a vote. I don't think it's necessary, but I don't think it would be appropriate with only 4 people left at the end of the meeting at 11:30 at night. That's my opinion. So I would, if there's no other discussion, I'd make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Child. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Mike LaRouche.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Good night, everybody.
Aye.
Good night, gentlemen.